going to benefit immensely from his talk, as well as Professor Jha. I'm aware of him. I don't think that I have to tell you anything about him. He is a man of bright light. I can see him during even broad when there's a bright sun. I can still see Professor Jha for his work. So with these words, I think let us welcome all the speakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And let us start the program. Thank you very much. Pitch your ball. Good luck.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
For your yes. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Professor P.K. Acharya to introduce our speaker for today's program. Sir, Professor Acharya is going to introduce our speaker, our special speaker for today's program. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Acharya.
Yes, madam. Thank you so much. A warm good morning to everyone.
Good morning, Doctor.
On the second day of our national webinar on National Education Policy 2020, a way forward. Dear participants, today we have a very renowned personality and versatile figure amidst us, Professor Ramshankar Kuril, who has been very instrumental as a member in making up the draft National Education Policy 2020. In spite of his busy schedule and a very tragic moment at the family, his presence has been kind enough for all of us. Sir, getting you over here to be as the special speaker in our webinar, we feel it is a great privilege and pride for the Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University. At the very outset of the program, sir, the Department of Education formally welcomes you and takes it a pleasure for your gracious presence. Before going to invite our special speaker and guest of the webinar, let me introduce about Professor Ramshankar Kuril. Professor Ramshankar Kuril, presently working as Director Extension Education in Birsa Agricultural University, Ranchi since March 2019, and also looked after in the capacity of Dean, College of Forestry, Dean, College of Veterinary Science, Director Administration, Director PIM Cell in BAU, Ranchi from July 2019 to January 2020. Professor Ramshankar Kuril did his collegiate education in BSc Agriculture and MSc in Agronomy and PhD in Horticulture. Besides his parental discipline, he has also done MA in Political Science and Master in Business Administration. So far the administrative and leadership experience is concerned, overall, Professor Ramshankar Kuril has 35 years of academic and administrative experience in the field of agriculture and rural development and social sciences on various positions in government and research and development institutions, Government of India, UNDP, Government of Vietnam, Central Government, Northeast States, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Government of Madhya Pradesh, and Government of Jharkhand. Apart from this, he has become 3 times Vice Chancellor in 3 universities in 3 states, namely Acharya ND University of Agriculture and Technology, Ayodhya, Uttar Pradesh from 2010 to 2013, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University of Social Sciences, Maho, MP from 2013 to 2017, and Birsa Agricultural University, Ranchi, Jharkhand from July 2019 to January 2020. And he also spent 26 years as research and extension management, especially in the field of agriculture and social sciences, including 6 years serving as director at national level, 5 years as principal investigator in a joint research program of Government of Vietnam and Government of India, 5 years as nodal officer in UNDP, and 10 years experience of academic, administration, research management, and input support services on various positions, including joint director, deputy director, assistant director, etc. At academic capacity during his tenure, he has made significant contribution in establishing many educational institutions like Phulo Jhanu College of Dairy Technology at Hansdiha, College of Agriculture at Garwaha, College of Fisheries Science at Gumla, College of Agriculture Sciences at Devghar, College of Agriculture at Goda, then Center of Advanced Studies for Tribal Agriculture in Jharkhand, and established Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University of Social Sciences with 9 postgraduate schools, 15 socio-economic upliftment centers, 41 Department of Education, 7 research laboratories, 22 Samajik Vigyan Kendras in 22 districts of Madhya Pradesh, and many more. Professor R.S. Kuril visited Oxford University, Cambridge University, London, School of Economics and Political Science in UK for collaboration of university. He also visited European countries like France, Germany, Netherlands, Switzerland, Italy to study the agricultural advancement and socio-economic empowerment models for weaker sections. Sir has also made a marked contribution in drafting National Education Policy 2020, constituted by Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, and in strengthening of universities and higher education in India as member of Association of Indian Universities. He is also the recipient of 21 awards and recognitions on scientific excellence in the field of agriculture and social sciences. So now, may I invite Professor Ramshankar Kuril to share his valuable thoughts on the topic NEP 2020, transforming the regulatory system of higher education. Sir, it is over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saab.
Thank you, sir. Namaste.
इतना अच्छा एडवर्ट अपना इंट्रोडक्शन तो मैं खुद भी नहीं दे सकता था. I could have not given even that much good introduction about myself. You have done so much things. You have given full CV of my 35 years of service. I also convey my regards to Honorable VC sir. He is kind enough. Very nice, sir. Thank you. So nice of you for giving me the opportunity to present the regulatory system proposed in this national education policy. Sir, before I go start making presentation on regulatory authority, I want to give a little brief background about the education policy bill. Shall I do that? Then I'll come to regulation part. Okay, sir. The basic vision of we started functioning from 24th June 2017. 8 members committee, including chairman Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan. We all know that he is a space scientist and a very famous person of our country. And almost everybody was academician only. One bureaucrat, Professor Mr. K.J. Alphonse was there in the committee, but in the beginning itself, within 15 days, he got the birth in the cabinet. He became the minister, then he left the group, K.J. Alphonse. So left members were almost all the academicians and scientists only. So that's why the report is basically based on academics and scientific temperament. We have made the report this India-centric. India-centric means we have incorporated the things keeping in mind our country. Though the many things have been taken from a different part of the world, different universities, Western universities and renowned universities, but keeping in mind this indigenization in our system. हम लोगों ने इस पे 24th मीटिंग किया. तकरीबन 10 लाख लोगों से कंसल्ट किया गया, उनके ओपिनियंस को इनकॉर्पोरेट किया. आर यू हियरिंग मी?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We are hearing you.
Okay. और कंट्री के जितने भी एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, either run by religious organization like madrasa board or by church or by Buddhist this monk and then centenary and then our Hindu religious institutions. So we consulted almost all the senior persons, those who are running the different schools, college, universities in our country, and similarly different head of the institutions like CSIR, ICAR. They are running the professional courses, professional universities, and similarly the number of vice chancellors. Altogether, around 6,000 institutions and in the uh, districts of different levels, and 2.4 crore village panchayats, and around 10 lakhs opinions of different peoples of different part of our country. Uh, so all these things, it was also compiled by earlier committee, C. Subramaniam committee was there. Our respected person, Jagmohan Singh Rajput, was one among the member. So after preparation of the report, we also sent the report to for the peer review to 7 persons, and after receiving their opinions, हम लोगों ने इसको फाइनलाइज किया. अब इसमें जो हमारा प्रिंसिपल है, एक तो to establish vibrant knowledge society. Second, we have kept that deep sense of respect to our constitutional values. Constitutional values means these fundamental rights, human rights, duties, constitutional values, like that. And third vision is that to have a high level of commitment to human rights and sustainable development and living, global well-being, thereby reflecting the truly global citizens. So these were 3 principles we have adopted, and to achieve these principles, these vision, we have prepared 8 principles. One is the respect of diversity and local context to all curriculum, pedagogy, and policy. Second one is equity and inclusion. We have to give a न्याय संगत inclusion. बहुत सारे लोगों को ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटीज अपने कंट्री में नहीं मिलती हैं, तो उसको इंश्योर करने के लिए equity and inclusion. All the then third is the community participation. This is also one of the important aspect we have kept in our mind. And use of technology in the modern time. This 4th principle has also become very important for the like we have now we are facing this problem COVID-19. So use of technology as we are using nowadays webinar. So this is also one the best part of our education part we have kept in this. And emphasize conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and रट्टा मारने का process नहीं रखा इसको. We have kept emphasizing conceptual understanding the things. Then unique capabilities. We have a lot of brain, lot of knowledge with the different people. So how to take that knowledge into reality, so that we have kept unique capabilities. Then critical thinking and creativity. This we are proposing from the beginning itself. And then continuous review. Whatever the policy will be there, it needs continuous review and midterm course correction, if any. So such kind of provisions have been made in the report. So these are the 8 principles to achieve the goal of the education policy. Up now, for the basic education, primary education, we have given maximum emphasis on beginning of the education, as we know that the before 6 years, 85% brain of child is developed. So to harness that potential, we have to have and in our country, we have seen that primary schools are basically run by government system. And these government system teachers, though they are qualified teachers, there is no doubt in that. But somehow we have observed that जो हमें significant achievement जो हमें स्टफ में मिलना चाहिए बिगिनिंग में, वो नहीं मिलता है. तो उसको अचीव करने के लिए हम लोगों ने काफी कुछ इसमें प्रोसेस डाला है उसको, जिससे हम उसे अचीव कर सकें. तो मैं थोड़ा ब्रीफली इसमें बताता हूं कि प्राइमरी एजुकेशन को कैसे हम लोगों ने इस्टेब्लिश करना है. उसके बाद में फिर हम अपने उस पे आते हैं. ट्रांसफार्मिंग क्यूरिकुलम एंड पेडागोगी स्ट्रक्चर। हम लोगों ने 10+2 सिस्टम जो हमारा 1986 और 92 में आया, उसके पहले जो 68 से चला था, तो काफी कुछ ठीक हुआ, बट अभी भी उसमें काफी कुछ सुधार करने की जरूरत थी। बच्चे बहुत सुसाइड करने लगे थे 10th क्लास के बोर्ड को। वो छोटी एज में 14-15 साल के बच्चों को ऐसा लगता था कि कोई बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, तो 10th बोर्ड उनके लिए बड़ा डिफिकल्ट हो गया था। तो हम लोगों ने इसमें थोड़ा सा सुधार किया है। ऐसे तो प्राइवेट स्कूल्स जो कॉन्वेंट एजुकेशन हैं, वहाँ पे किंडर गार्डन और केजी, यूजी, पीजी सब कर रखा था, बट गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम में ये नहीं है। तो हमने गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम में हम लोगों ने भी प्रपोज किया है, पहले 3 साल तक बच्चे को खेल कूद और गेम्स और न्यूमरोलॉजी और मदर टंग ये सब चीजों को हम रखेंगे। फिर 2 साल में उसको क्लास 1 और 2 होगा, तो 5 इयर्स में बच्चा क्लास 2 पास करेगा, और अनदर 3 इयर्स में वो 5th, 3rd, 4th एंड 5th करेगा। तो ये 5+3, 3 मीन्स 6, 7, 8, 5+3+4, 3 साल हो गया प्राइमरी से पहले पहुंचने में। 2 साल में वो क्लास 1 और 2 पास किया, तो ये 5 साल हो गया, और फिर अनदर 3 साल जिसमें 5 वो क्लास पास करेगा, तो 5+3 हो गया, और फिर 6, 7, 8 में +3 हो गया, एंड देन +4 मीन्स 9, 10, 11, 12। तो वो जो 4 इयर्स होंगे, उन 4 इयर्स में 8 सेमेस्टर्स में हम लोगों ने इसको डिवाइड किया है। बच्चे के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर ना पड़े, इसलिए 10+2 सिस्टम में ये थोड़ा चेंजेज आया है, और उसमें चॉइस बेस्ड क्रेडिट सिस्टम भी है। जैसे सेमेस्टर सिस्टम में वी हैव सीन, बच्चा इंग्लिश लेना चाहे, हिंदी लेना चाहे, मलयाली लेना चाहे, फिजिक्स भी पढ़ना चाहे, साथ में सोशियोलॉजी भी पढ़ना चाहे, तो वो उसका फ्रीडम है। एक सर्टेन नंबर ऑफ क्रेडिट्स विल बी देयर, और वो उसको क्रेडिट क्लियर करने होंगे उसको सेमेस्टर के लिए। अगर एक सेमेस्टर में कोई बच्चा अच्छे से प्रिपरेशन नहीं कर पाया है, तो he can drop that subject and he can re-choose that subject in the next semester. So certain number of credits he has to clear to complete his course of 10th and 12th. There will be board. There बहुत सारे लोगों को लग रहा है कि बोर्ड नहीं होगा, बोर्ड है, उसमें बोर्ड सिस्टम में रहेगा। तो this one thing I wanted to clear. Then another जो बेसिक फोकस है, जैसे हम लोगों ने देखा है मिड डे मील पे वी आर स्पेंडिंग अराउंड 85 करोड़ पर डे, 85 to 90 करोड़ पर डे एक्सपेंडिचर है मिड डे मील पे। और मिड डे मील में बहुत सारी कमियां हम लोगों को ऑब्जर्व की हम लोगों ने। जैसे अक्षय पात्रा एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है बेंगलोर में, मेरे ख्याल से इट इज रन बाय ये जो कृष्ण का होता है ना, कृष्ण टेम्पल, इस्कॉन टेम्पल, तो वो लोग रन करते हैं। उनका इतना बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पूरे देश में, हम लोगों को लगा कि ये तो बहुत ही एक्सीलेंट काम है, और उन्होंने बहुत सारे मिड डे मील के लिए उनको मैकेनाइज सिस्टम डेवलप किया हुआ है। ऐसा ही पूरे कंट्री में अगर सिस्टम आ जाए तो बच्चों को खाने के लिए अच्छा हो जाएगा। तो हम लोगों ने प्रपोज किया इसमें कि ब्रेकफास्ट भी बच्चों को दिया जाए, जिसमें प्रोसेस्ड फूड दिए जाए, और डिस्क्रिमिनेशन जो बहुत सारी तरीके का डिस्क्रिमिनेशन भी ऑब्जर्व किया, सोशल डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, वो सब भी इसको दूर हो जाएंगे। चाइल्ड केयर यूनिट के लिए वी हैव टू थिंक 6 साल की एज में ही जब 85% ब्रेन डेवलप होता है, तो फर्स्ट 6 ईयर में ही हम कैसे बच्चे को हार्नेस करें, कैसे उसका चाइल्ड केयर करें, कैसे उसको फूड, डाइट और चीजें अच्छे से दे दें, जिससे उसका माइंड थोड़ा शार्प रहे। और आफ्टर 6 ईयर तो 15% ही ब्रेन बचता है डेवलप करने के लिए, तो चाहे कितना भी बादाम खिलाते रहे फिर क्या फायदा होगा। तो हमें वी हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ अर्ली 6 ईयर्स। And then this attainment of fundamental literacy and numeracy by grade 3, तो ये मिशन मोड अप्रोच में करने का हम लोगों ने प्लान किया है। और ये भी एक इसमें माइंड में रखा है कि सारी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज और स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी अपने अपनी यूनिवर्सिटीज में एक मॉडल स्कूल्स बनाएं, और वो प्रोविजन नहीं है, जस्ट इट इज माय सजेशन आउट ऑफ द NEP। तो उसमें फैकल्टी के लोग जो होंगे उनको भी ये सब बेनिफिट मिलेगा बच्चे को, और बाकी एडजॉइनिंग एरियाज के भी लोगों को मिलेगा, और एक मॉडल स्टेब्लिश हो जाएगा पूरे लोगों, बाकी लोगों को, स्टेट के लोगों को देखने के लिए। यस, दिस काइंड ऑफ secondary school can be
Can it be little more English, sir? Instead of Hindi, little more English?
Okay. Then reduction of curriculum. So that is also it was observed that this curriculum was so much not that much effective. So that has also been corrected, and focus on learning outcomes, competency, and subject integration. We have also planned to incorporate Hindi as a compulsory language till fifth class and eighth class, as Dr. Professor Honorable Vice Chancellor Sakesh sir was telling that something was which we could not incorporate in our draft report. That it was the things that we incorporated in our draft report and submitted that report by making compulsory Hindi for national integration. But some south state of southern part, they make objections again, and then it has been converted into a optional subject. So that is has been left out for the future generation to maintain that. To how until unless it is not made compulsorily, it will not be able to implement, or it will be a little sluggish. And then mental and physical health and well-being. This is also one important aspect has been taken into the primary secondary education. And innovative pedagogies. We NCRT and other subsidiary organizations, those who are involved in that, they have been advised to make the this pedagogy. It is innovative, transforming teaching learning process. The number of suggestions have been incorporated. I am telling you in this a short form, and text with local context and flavors. We have seen that there was an example given by Agnotri sir, central by VC Central University, Himachal Pradesh, that we used to sit in the train. So number of orchard, number of plants come into see in between. So we used to see mango, we used to see lychee, we used to see different flavors, different plants while moving from one place to another place. So this is kind of NEP report. When we move from here, we don't mind. There will be face of Einstein. There will be face of some Newton. I don't mind that, but there should be face of our Aryabhat also, Patanjali also, Chanakya also. They have given countries lot of contribution for this nation's building. So we have to have such kind of faces also. So we have tried to incorporate that kind of textbook and in our flavors. Then India's future and India's leadership role in upcoming field. That kind of syllabus and pedagogies are incorporated, are to be incorporated in the up to 12th class. So now this was the little background about the primary education. And then for the higher education is concerned, as we have seen that why we are not able to make ranking in the world ranking, global ranking our universities. So basically the ranking system of global system, they consider 30% teaching learning environment. If you have this academic excellence, they give 30% weightage. And innovative research, for the research part is concerned, 30% weightage is to be given by in global institutions for this for innovative research. And then third criteria is research influence, citations. How many kind of research, what kind of research has been made, and that research has been cited by different international journals. Nowadays, there is a Google Scholar. You see, whatever research you will make, it will be automatically displayed on the Google Scholar. And even one paper, how many times your one paper has been cited by different researchers of the globally, that will also be reflected. So that kind of weightage, citations weightage is used to give 30% weightage. And then 7.5%, 7.5% weightage they used to give the technology developed by the university institutions and adopted by the university, industries for the further development multiplication. In our country, we have seen, so okay, I'm coming back. 7.5% for the technology and 2.5% for the knowledge. We used to say our universities, institutions are knowledge producing universities. Say social science university, they are knowledge producing university. They develop the knowledge, and then it's, that knowledge should go to the consumers. And similarly, IITs, and they develop the technology, agriculture university, professional universities, medical universities, they develop the technology, and that technology should go to the consumers or the industries for further multiplication. So that kind of they give 10% weightage. So 30 and 10% they consider the universities at global level. So we have to see in that aspect that we have to follow these kind of things. In our universities, we have seen that big universities they are doing good thing, but they are busy only in degree awarding system. They are affiliated in Uttar Pradesh or in some big Pradesh. I have seen that one university is affiliated by 700, 800, even sometime more than 1,000 colleges, and one college, Bareilly College itself, have more than 1 lakh students. So I have seen in Ram Manohar Lohia Awadh Vishwavidyalaya, earlier my colleague VC Saab was telling that he had 50 lakhs degrees to be signed. It is not physically possible by one vice chancellor in full tenure if we start doing this thing only. So that kind of pressure we have in our university system. So university is only engaged for the conducting examination, evaluation, and declaration of degree, and rest work is being done by the colleges. So research aspect and the dissemination of technology or knowledge, whatever has been developed, it is lacking. So until we are not able to make our university multidisciplinary as well as incorporate the research and dissemination of technology, we will not be able to succeed. See, in our country, the model of agriculture universities, it has been incorporated this academic excellence as well as research, and then dissemination of technology scientists. So all three kind of experts, scientists are recruited. Teachers is called assistant professor, and similarly, this for conducting the research, they used to call scientist one or scientist or assistant scientist or senior scientist, and then a subject matter specialist for dissemination of technology. So all three beings used to work simultaneously, and they are not engaging with each other. Whatever the technology developed globally or by the university or at national level, that is to be disseminated by Directorate of Extension, Education and Training. And the university, especially, they created in every district now in our country around 700 Krishi Vigyan Kendra located in each district. Some big districts have 2 to 3 Krishi Vigyan Kendra for dissemination and demonstration of technology and knowledge developed globally. And then similarly, there is a parallel wing of Directorate of Research, and that research has got the zonal centers, regional centers in the state at different locations based on agroclimatic condition, locality, availability, and this development like that. And the academic system is already there for conducting this, for imparting the education, UG, PG, and PhD. So these kind of things need to be developed in IITs also, because we have seen that IIT, though they have got lot of knowledge and they are developing so much this brilliant scholars, but either those brilliant scholars are they are entering into civil services and becoming bureaucrats, or they are going to the multinational companies and serving some other country. What contributions IITs and they are in our country for the grassroots level, for whom that budget is being used for the development of the poor peoples of the nation in the grassroots areas. Similarly, in case of IIMs, we have also seen that we are able to develop very excellent managers in the IIMs, but unfortunately, they are not doing things for the rural people, for the development of the nation. They are being placed, the campus placement, and multinational companies are taking them and using them in development of another country, different countries. They are serving, and happily they are very happy also. So these are the things we have seen in our report, that every institution has to develop the technology and they have to disseminate the technology for the development of the nation. Similarly, universities also, they have to concentrate on research also, and that wing should also be created to disseminate the technology. For that, if funds is required, a provision has been made for National Research Foundation. So that fund will be provided to them initially, a 20,000 budget, that funds has been kept in that, and then it will be a corpus fund provided by under CES or by the CSR or by central government and state government. And we have also seen that as we were discussing, we could not incorporate mandatory Hindi but there is a translation system global at national level and also at regional level for medical science and engineering science. I don't know when this dream will be successful, when we will be able to teach our student in Hindi and teach our student engineering, so that they can be able to go to the field and contribute for the rural areas in talking in Hindi or discussing in Hindi. So this is the unfortunate part of our country. For that, we have proposed by 2030 a target has been fixed that we will have to start medical education and engineering education in Hindi. So this is the view I wanted to mention. And now in higher education, uh, the will be transferred into large multidisciplinary universities, college, and in a cluster and knowledge hubs. See, in there are many areas where education has not yet been reached. Even 1% people are not highly educated university graduates. So that clusters are to be developed. Some downtrodden communities are there, scheduled caste areas there, scheduled tribe areas are there, minorities are there, some backward, locational backward areas are there. So that kind of areas are to be covered. And then rationalize institutional architecture for higher education. There need to be uniformity. I mentioned that in entire country there will be similar curriculum, pedagogy, education system, and syllabus, so that they can compete the UPSC examination in a similar way. And, at present, number of institutions they are doing separate things. Then research intensive universities. We have to identify some universities like Indian Institute of Science. They have around 900 research schemes in their hand. So that university is conducting research in 900 schemes program. So see, such kind of things are to be motivated in different universities. And many, we have also seen that many universities are not doing well, but their colleges are doing well, so that they are working under that university. In this farm we have given an autonomy provision also. In another 15 years they will be graded and they will be given a degree awarding institutions authority power, so they will also start giving degree by autonomous colleges, those who are working well. Presently also we have deemed to be the university and some autonomous institutions also, they are delivering the degrees in our in present system that will be regulated in a system will be completed. And phasing out the system of affiliation colleges. So another by 15 years, the affiliation system, as much as possible, will be phased out. And multidisciplinary holistic education at the undergraduate level, choice-based credit system will be there. In the graduation also, the student will be allowed to choose physics or to sociology along with music or whatever he likes. So he has to complete that kind of credits and he will be given degree. Here, the 4 years, 3 to 4 years degree graduate degree program will be there. And if somebody want to leave, or some girl child or some girl student, one or the other way, because of the financial crisis or by because of the marriage in one place to another, migration, there may be many things used to occur in the life. So if somebody is migrating or don't want to pursue further education, that will be given a diploma in 1 year. If 2 year completed, he will be given a postgraduate diploma and certificate like that. And if completed 3 years or 4 years, he will be awarded a graduation degree. And after, if he has awarded as in a semester system 4 years degree with a good rigorous system, he is not too good for the PG program. He will be directly entitled to get it admitted in PhD program. So that kind of freedom has been given, and MPhil has been deleted from the system. One has to go directly for the PhD program. It was observed that it was simply a kind of duplication. And integrated exposure to science, art, humanities, as mathematics, as I mentioned, that it will be integrated course. Person can take subject as per his choice. And undergraduate programs for 4 years, it will be a rigorous program in 8 semester. Not like that in the present system, annual system is there. Person are going to appear in the examination and purchase a 20 kg, 20 rupees punji, and unfortunately those the questions are covered in the examination also. So without going into these colleges, university, or without attending the classes, and the candidate is clearing his BA, MA and moving around without any service or without any knowledge. So that kind of things are likely to be removed. Everybody has to go to a semester system. For 8 semester, he has to carry out regular courses and appear in the examination number of times in the midterm examination, monthly examination, quiz examination, and examination system has also been taken into 60-40. 40% will be the question, multiple choice questions, and 60% will be the theory part. And as I mentioned, that certificates, diploma, and bachelor's degree program, all these things will be there. So that kind of multidisciplinary approach has been incorporated in the system, and faculty institutions, that maximum focus has been given to the on the teachers education. We have to develop a teachers like Japan teachers. In Japan, you go visit some court of law. If teacher is called in the court, he will be given parallel chair, parallel to the judge, and he will be allowed to sit in the chair, and then whatever the things are to be asked, he will reply, but he will be given that kind of honor. No other except teachers, nobody is given that kind of respect in Japan. Similar, we are planning, we want to have that kind of respect to our teachers, to our guru. But guru has to become real guru. He has to go through a rigorous B.Ed course of 4 years, 8 semesters, and every subject will have a B.Ed, unlike education only. If somebody want to teach physics, he has to go first 2 years for learning, teaching, learning process for this B.Ed course as concerned, and another 2 years means 4 semester. He has to go through with his subject, physics or chemistry or math, how to make the notes, to make the material, to develop the methodology, because every subject has got different kind of teaching methodology, different kind of things. In our system also, if somebody clears the net, he allowed to go to start teaching without knowing the methodology, without knowing the curriculum vitae, without knowing the candidates and culture, society, and all these things. So he has been placed directly without making preparation. That kind of things are to be, I think it will be revised. So there are many kind of suggestions, many kind of system, and has been made in the regulation. National Higher Education Regulatory Council will be there. Now we would like to come to our part. Accreditation system, National Accreditation Council will be there, and regulation, National Higher Education Regulatory Council will be there. So that National Regulatory Council, what are the why we have proposed this transforming the regulatory system, effective, enabling, and responsive regulation to encourage excellence and public spiritedness in higher education. That is needed. This was the objective, to make the regulatory reform, to make this system change. India's higher education system is the third largest in the world, next only to that in the United States and China. In our country, in a past few decades, expansion has also been rapid, particularly in the private sector. We have seen the mushrooming of the universities, and number of engineering colleges, number of management colleges, universities, institutions have been developed, and there is no proper regulatory system. They have started giving a delete DSc, PhD to the without this merit and all these things. So we have seen, and we have also observed that number of engineering colleges and management institutions or universities are closed also. So because of their education system is not properly set up, and their teachers were not having examination evaluation system was not properly. So people have started making this education is a industry and a kind of profit making business. So that kind of regulatory system is very essential for every state and for the national level is concerned. Though some of the states have developed private universities, regulatory authorities, but those authorities are also not able to work properly, because the university and colleges runs by very powerful people in our country, politics and politicians and business houses. So it is becoming out of their control. So until unless they pay proper regulatory system at national level will not be there through legislation, it was becoming very difficult. So that kind of the things we observed, and we have proposed the regulation, transforming the regulatory system. In this system, regulation for coordination and growth of higher education. In this process, uh, regulation must be responsive and minimalistic, light but tight. It should not be like that with so many rules and regulations made, so the university or college will not be able to run. So we have to make a light, but it is a tight regulatory system to ensure public spiritualness, equity, excellence, financial stability, and then along with good governance. Governance, we have seen that the government cannot run away from the education system. It is a job. Government has to have participate in this as a process. They cannot run away. They cannot leave the university. They cannot leave the brain and manpower in the hand of private system only. And if it is going to be happen, so then government has to have some strong regulatory method so that it should not be misused. In the present system, over time, the mandatory regulatory bodies shifted. This is the particularly tenure of UGC, which has the dual role of regulator as well as grant giving body. So in this UGC process, now it has only becoming nobody is bothering. Many institutions are not bothering their directions, and they are publishing in the newspapers and the things that these colleges are not regularized and tries to award the degree and all these things. Even then, they are continuing. Nobody is bothering such a huge country. Students are getting admissions and getting education also. Kindly remind me so that I will quick my presentation if time is over. Then what kind of things are to be done? What kind of suggestions we have seen? So the functions of the standard setting, funding, accreditation, and regulation is will be separated, and and be conducted by independent bodies, eliminating concentration of power and conflict of interest. I will repeat: the function of standard setting, funding, accreditation, regulation will be separated. ऐसा नहीं है एक ही body एक काम कर देगी. They have two separate bodies and be conducted by independent bodies, eliminating concentration of power and conflict of interest. And it will work under a one umbrella headed by the Honorable Prime Minister, that will National Higher Education Commission. I am coming back to that. So design and architecture of the regulatory system, fundamental designs and operating system of the design, structure and culture of the regulations, separation of functions. There will be separate functions, regulations, provision of education, funding, accreditation, and standard setting will be separated and will not be performed by the same institutions or institutional hierarchy. There will all the dealt with the independent and empowered bodies. Second character is the regulation. Character of regulation. Regulation shall be responsive and minimalistic to ensure public spiritualness, financial stability, and probity, and good governance. A few meaningful and important things must be regulated effectively, while all else must be decided by the institutions in their best judgment for foster excellence in education. The court of public opinion must play a crucial role enabled by the regulatory requirement, ensuring full public disclosure of informed by the higher education institutions and by all other institutions in the regulatory system. Third one is design of regulation. The regulation will be focused on system outcomes and not on inputs, while being the transparent and providing intellectual and moral leadership. Public and private higher education shall be regulated on the same criteria, benchmarks and process. Unlike central university will be given a special weightage and private university will not be given that kind of weightage or that kind of not benefit things. So there will be a single regulator for the entire higher education sector, including professional and vocational education. An independent body will be decide accreditation for parameters for higher education institutions. There will be an independent ecosystem of all institutions to accredit higher education institution, which will be the primary mechanism for regulation. Accreditation will be the bedrock for ensuring quality. Then standard setting. A set of bodies will be set standard or expectations in a particular field of learning and practices. These bodies will have no regulatory role. How higher education institutions shall be free to take all educational and resource decisions in response to these standards and other considerations, such as requirements of the field and their own assessment of societal need. See, many engineering college, as I mentioned, that engineering college management institutions have been closed because they are not able to make their proper standard, and those who are able to do it, they are functioning properly. Similarly, if the organizations will be weeded out, though the autonomy is there, powers are there, they are free, but if they will not maintain their standard, they will be weeded out. And funding mechanism, funding of public institutions will be handled by bodies that have no regulatory standard setting or accreditation role. They may be specific empowered bodies for this purpose. The funding commitments will be long term agreed as per the IDP of the higher education. Now see, same body, what they used to do, if you will not give this much report, we will stop your funding. So until you will not give your report, we will not give you funds, so salary will not be paid. So there are the many things which happens because of the monotony of the power. So neither the implementing agency nor the governing body should have that kind of power that if you will not do follow this, my directions will not give. So this kind of things have been avoided. And then accountable institutions. A system shall be established by the Rashtriya Shiksha Ayog, National Education Commission, Ayog, to hold all bodies in this system accountable for the delivering on their responsibilities. This system will be include periodic review by a Rashtriya Shiksha Ayog and public disclosure of the result of the review. So that kind of things we have made the certain guidelines for design of the and architecture of the regulatory system. Similarly, the National Higher Education Regulatory Authority will be the only regulator for all higher education, including professional education. I repeat, the National Higher Education Regulatory Authority will be the only regulator for all higher education, including professional education. So in this case, we have developed the regulatory architecture. As we have said that in earlier, what are the structures, and this regulatory authority will function and it will be very highly powerful body. That executive director will be there in the committee, and in this system the appointment of that position will be made by the under this a panel headed by Honorable Prime Minister, Chief Justice of India, opposition Lok Sabha opposition leader, and the Honorable Speaker of our Lok Sabha. So this is the panel. They will appoint the executive director of that authority, and he will be the empowered body. And in the system, this there will be, unlike you have seen, we all have seen rather that the committee recommended for the replacing this Ministry of HRD to a Ministry of Education. That regulation has notification has been given by the government. We are thankful, and all NEP chairman and members, we all are happy that at least one recommendation which was given by us has been implemented, notified by the nation, and it is in the good interest of the universities and institution system and faculties. It will give a good flavor. It will give a flavor of education, not a flavor of development and all these things. So this is a good efforts made by the government. We all are happy and we appreciate the notification of the HRD education. So in this similar system also the cabinet has cleared this uh, national education policy. It is likely to present before the legislation, means Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and thereafter it will be also be notification will be issued by the end of this year, I hope, by the November or by December, so that it will be implemented. We have made a plan to implement from 2021. And then now we were talking about the regulatory architecture, then responsibilities of institutions within the new regulatory framework. जो अभी framework आएगा, वो that will be implemented, and they have to follow the institutions have to become responsible with many guidelines, so that they will be governed by those guidelines to control this quality education. And sole regulator for the higher education sector, NEHRA, means National Higher Education Regulatory Authority, shall be the sole regulator for all of higher education system, and all bodies will come under this umbrella. So NEHRA shall regulate on the basis of following dimensions. We have created good governance, financial probability, and stability and educational outcomes. Repeat: good governance, financial probity, and instability, stability, and educational outcomes. So these are the uh, dimensions for the private institutions as well as the government institutions, including central universities and state universities, or these national institutions like IITs, IIMs, and everybody. So good governance. One first aspect is good governance. The objective will be to ensure that there are clear governance mechanism, and their mechanism are adhered in the practice by the higher education institutions. So everybody has to follow the guidelines prepared for the good governance. All these institutions have to follow. Then financial probity and stability. The objective would be to ensure that all financial affairs of the higher education system are conducted lawfully and reported transparently. Unlike some private institutions are being given from National Research Foundation some budget, and they are doing or they are dispersing that fund for some other purpose or some other meaning, are meaningless, or they are not able to deliver the good things. So there will be a system that they to check those the misappropriation or any other kind of misutilization of fund. Then educational outcomes. The objective will be to ensure that each higher education institution has a specific educational outcome and its goal, that these are publicly stated, and there is a continual assessment of the higher education institutions progress of these goals, which is publicly reported. See, IIMs and IITs, why they are running? Because they have established their credential in the society, and their students, of course, they are getting good step, best step of our country rather. And when the step will be the best, when the students, best students will come, they have performed best, they will perform further best, and there is no doubt in that. So that is also one system. But other institutions are also performing, many institutions are also performing very well. So that kind of things are to be has been incorporated in the regulatory system. And implementation of a new regulatory regime. Within 6 months of its formation, the National Higher Education so this regulatory authority shall develop a detailed plan for the implementation of a new regulatory regime in collaboration with NEC and other relevant bodies. This kind of plan should include the details of role of all bodies: regulatory authority, NEC, PSSBs, GEC, HEGC, and all other institutions. They will involve and they will develop some mechanism and process of functioning, authorities and responsibilities and accountability mechanism about these things. And the Rashtriya Shiksha Ayog will review this plan and approve it before it is implemented. So everything will come under the one umbrella, this Rashtriya Shiksha Ayog, headed by the Prime Minister, and the concerned ministers like Minister of Health for the health education, Minister of Agriculture for agricultural education, Minister of Culture for as many cultural universities, institutions, Minister of Sports, many sports universities, institutions are there in our country. Likewise, so they all will be the member in that Rashtriya Shiksha Ayog, their ministers, and their secretaries will also be, some of the secretaries will also be the member, and five chief minister in rotation basis will also be the member from different states. On the same analogy, the state regulatory higher education authority will also be developed. Not higher education authority will also be in place, headed by the chief minister of concerned state. And then there will also be we have seen the different pattern in different parts of our country. Many states have got primary education, I mean, separate minister, education minister separate, higher education separate minister, agriculture separate minister, then health separate minister, professional education, technical education. So that kind of they in education itself they have 5, 5, 7, 7, even 8, 8 ministers in the states. So they all will be member in that state higher education Shiksha Ayog, state education Shiksha Ayog. This will cover both primary, secondary, higher secondary, as well as higher education. Then second part, we have seen accreditation as the basic basis for regulation. So accreditation is one part. We have considered that the accreditation of higher education of institutions. This will also be have certain guidelines, and those guidelines have to follow for getting accreditation. As we are presently, we are also following that kind of guidelines. So we will have to follow those guidelines also. Now, an accreditation ecosystem led by the revamped National Accreditation and Assessment Council will be created. So there will be some autonomy, transition plan, and accreditation and autonomy. So that institutions will be developed, it will be revamped, and it will be developed in a separate kind, and that autonomy. And this time will be given for grading 3 years.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir.
Sir, can you conclude? We have also
just within 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes, sir.
Okay. And then this a new NEC and this system will be developed, and higher quality and high integrity ecosystem and accreditation institutions will be in place by replacing this. And accreditation institutions as facilitate and mentors, they will be monitors, and availability of accreditation related informations, and it will be made on public domains. So everybody will be aware why it is going on, and every institution will be aware why this institution is being decreated. And standard setting bodies, currently regulatory bodies shall transform into professional setting. We have seen that IMA and Battery Association or law association institutions, bar association, they are not giving permission with many things, and they are giving permission to the many institutions, and willfully they are giving, where sometimes they don't give. So that kind of power, that kind of things are being taken away, and this will be discussed at the higher regulatory authority bodies. All higher education institutions qualification in terms of learning outcome shall be described by the National Higher Education Qualification Framework. Then functions of these councils will also be regulated. Functions of General Education Council, and all these things will be regulatory. Role of other bodies, like role of Higher Education Grants Council, the State Department of Higher Education and the State Higher Education Council, then fine, balance and role of government, then role of sponsors of private institutions. Similarly, the establishing new higher education institutions, setting up new higher education institutions provisions has been made, and categories of new higher education institutions categorization has also been proposed. Then common regulatory regime system, private higher education system and government higher education will be the common for the everybody, and private and public institutions will be treated at par by the regulatory regime. So here the guidelines will be issued for the private higher education institutions, government educations, fee regimes will be made manifest, and how to make the admissions, how to manage these account systems, all these things are there. Principles of good governance, we have made 10 principles for making good governance. This how the board will play, how the board cultural ethical tones will be there, what kind of directions, what kind of institutions will be given. Then principle 4, taken into considering the scale and nature of the institutions, they will be categorized in different segments. Then board will shall be anticipating the potential issues that also and challenges that also will be shared and discussed. Then directions will be issued, another principle. Then 7 principle is how they will conduct the examination, those kind of guidelines will be issued. Then board responsibility for the appointment of chief executive, वो ऐसा नहीं अपनी मर्जी से कोई वाइस चांसलर अपॉइंट कर ले. They will be regulated by private institutions. They have to appoint the principals and vice chancellors, principal and vice chancellor in a system. And then this another principle to regular, timely and manner, everybody has to be present system is also been made. So these kind of 10 principles we have followed and incorporated in these institutions for making the regulations for the higher education and for the school education is concerned. So I hope I have, as far as regulatory part is concerned, I have shared my opinion of the national education policy. And you see, the policy has been accepted in principles, approved by the cabinet. That means whatever the things I was discussing, those things are going to be implemented soon from the next academic session. And the time framework has also been given. By 2030, we will be 100% able to implement these guidelines, like teachers, quality teachers, financial system, regulatory system. It doesn't mean that from 2021 the schools or colleges or universities will be closed. They will be given the year-wise framework has been given. They have to in 2021, 22 what they will do, 2025, 26 what they will do, by 28, 29 what they will do. But by 2030, everybody has to 100% follow the guidelines which is being given in the new education policy. I am thankful for the Honorable Vice Chancellor and his team for giving me the opportunity for presenting before the national one part of National Education Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and patience-full hearing. Thank you very much. If
Thank you,
there
sir.
will be any question, I will reply.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. There are many questions, sir, but I think, dear participants, we cannot accommodate all the questions. I can ask hardly 1 or 2 questions because we are beyond the second session. That, sir, one question is raised by Kalpalata Patri regarding the means light but tight. But how light but tight is applicable in higher education? Sir, this question is asked by her.
Means that many institutions, universities, they are conducting annual examinations, and they are not doing any classroom teaching, only appearing examinations. Here in this case, when we are going to adopt the semester system, it will be light, means one has to teach the class and take the quick examination. In 1 month only, they will be appear, the student will be able to reply those questions. And in semester system, trimester system, like that, so it will be a light but it will be tight. But what means he has to be appear in number of examinations, more than 200 examinations in clearing the BA examination. So it will be a light but tight system. Every examination has to be a given certain marks, and those marks will be accumulated, and then he will be given the degree. So it will be a light, means after teaching a classroom, teacher is free to take the examination, to take the questions, or in midterm examination or monthly examination. A system is there in the semester system. So that kind of things will be a light examination, but it will be a tight. That is there.
Thank you, sir. And one more question, and it is asked by Dr. Sumin Prakash, Department of Education. That's his question is higher education institution clusters autonomy is emphasized in many times in the policy draft. Does this policy believe that the regulations in this country had actually been impeders of the growth, development, functioning, and management of higher education institutions rather than facilitators?
It is there, but we all are sitting, responsible persons are sitting at the university level also, rather university level persons are more senior, more capable, more intelligent, more dedicated than the policy making level. We have seen in the ministry who are there to control that. It is the university, it is the knowledge producing centers, it is the technology producing centers. They know better what kind of things they have to do, they are doing. So that kind of regulation will not be, I think everybody has to become responsible. We should not expect on that kind of regulations, otherwise a bureaucracy will again come forward. And in the system, now the professors will be the controlling authority in the regulatory system. There will not be any bureaucrat assistant. There will be assistant director general, deputy director general, director general, like that will be appointed on deputation basis from university professor system, university education system, not from the under secretary, deputy secretary or joint secretary. So the system of the ministry controlling authority, regulatory authorities, council, they all will be controlled and governed and regulated by the educationist only.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, thank you. Your kind presence and sharing your practical knowledge in the process of preparation of the draft NEP 2020. And really, sir, you have enlightened us a lot by giving your views on the different segments covered up in the NEP 2020. Sir, thank you so much. Now, I formally invite our senior professor Jaydev Sahu to give vote of thanks to our Kuril sir. So, sir, over it to you, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You are audible.
Audible, na?
Yes, sir. Please.
So, very good morning, everybody. Particularly, I'm very glad to express my heartfelt thanks our most renowned speaker, guest speaker of today's session, Professor Ramsakal Kuriel, former Vice Chancellor, Baba Saheb Ambedkar University. So it is my proud privilege and honor to provide thanks. I don't have so much of words to express my heartfelt thanks, but still then, from our Rajiv Gandhi University, on behalf of our Rajiv Gandhi University, particularly on behalf of our Department of Education, and most importantly, on behalf of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Saket Kushwaji, who is behind this webinar and also for successful completion of this webinar, and particularly our Professor Ramsakal Kuriel ji. He has been the member of the drafting committee, and he has been kind enough to spare his valuable time in spite of his busy schedule. He has provided his time and he has enlightened us. It was really, sir, it was engaging, enlightening, as well as also elevating ones on various aspects of national policy on education. And being from various background, particularly from science background, as well as also administrative background, you have given much more inputs to this webinar, as well as also to this new education policy, and you have really enlightened us, and we have been learned a lot from your deliberations. You have covered starting from the school education till the all aspects of new education policy. You have that means that delivered the talk. You have covered all those aspects, as well as also you have really given the good opportunity us to learn from you, and you explained very in a lucid manner all the questions, not only all, but because it is due to time constraint, not all the questions are asked to you, but still then whatever was given the opportunity, and you have explained in a very nice manner, particularly light and tight. That is going to be a very Herculean task for particularly at school education levels. So thank you very much, sir, from our core of the heart. I express on my behalf and all of RGU team and this webinar team also heartfelt thanks to all of you. Thank you, sir,
you.
for your kind presence
Doctor.
and kind sharing of knowledge and all everything. So thank you all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so
Now
much.
it is.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Namaste, sir.
Thank you,
so much.
sir. Sir, namaste, sir. Namaste.
Namaste.
And dear participants,
Sir, namaskar, sir.
next speaker, Professor M.A. Khader. So it is my privilege to introduce Professor M.A. Khader, former head, curriculum group, NCRT, New Delhi. Sir will be talking on National Education Policy
Not
2020
audible.
reforms in teacher education. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Professor M.A. Khader has done MA in psychology from University of Kerala and Masters in Education from Central Institute of Education, Delhi. He has done his MPhil and PhD in education from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He has also pursued education policy analysis and planning, Harvard Institute of International Development from the prestigious Harvard University Standards, Massachusetts, USA. He was a professor in the faculty of NCRT. He was also positioned as principal, Regional Institute of Education, NCRT, Ajmer, and Dean, Faculty of Education, University of Ajmer, Rajasthan. He was principal, Regional Institute of Education, Bhubaneswar, and Dean, Faculty of Education, Utkal University, Orissa. He positions as head, curriculum group, NCRT, New Delhi, and member secretary, National Steering Committee for the formulation of National Curriculum Framework 2005. He was chairman, steering committee for school and teacher education, curricular reform, Government of Rajasthan from 2011 to 2014. And also chairman, appeal committee, NCTE, New Delhi from 2013 to 2018. And currently, Professor M.A. Khader is the chairman, Education Reform Committee, Government of Kerala since 2018. And sir, I hope your presence will make a lot of difference to the young minds present in this platform. And we are eagerly listen to you, sir. And the session is for 1 hour. So sir will talk about 45 minutes and we go for 15 minutes for question and answers if you have any. Over to you, sir. No, the platform is yours. Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible. Please, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir,
You are audible, sir.
Thank you so much for Dr. Nishant for speaking about me and introduce me. And in the first, I thank the University, Rajiv Gandhi University, its Vice Chancellor and the Faculty of Education for inviting me to participate in this program, in your webinar, dealing with the National Education Policy recently approved by the cabinet, and it's being circulated, widely discussed across the country too. And I'm very thankful to you for giving me the opportunity, particularly Professor Elizabeth also contacted me and talked to me about this event. Friends, now tell me, Dr. Nishant, one particular point I would like to know. Now it's 12:30 in my watch. Sorry, 11:30. As for the time schedule, it was 11 to 12. Now it's 11:30. How long should I go? Please tell me.
Sir, you can talk up to 15. 12:15, sir. 12:15 and 15 minutes we can go for Q&A.
Now listen, one point I am very clear. I'll limit myself to the time schedule that you give me, okay? Shall I stop at 12, then go for 15 minutes of discussion?
Okay.
because I don't want get into the other person's time schedule.
All right, sir.
What do you want me to? Pardon?
As you wish, sir.
Tell me. Pardon?
Okay, sir. It's okay.
Nissan, sir, can
Fine.
continue till 12:15.
All right, no problem for you.
No problem, sir.
Don't have any problem. We will stick from 11:30 to 12:30. So you can talk up to 12:15 and 15 minutes
All right.
go for Q&A.
All right, I'll go ahead. All right. According to synchronize, not much dislocation for you. Okay. Anyway, fine. Thank you, friends. Now, the point here is the teacher education when you deal with. The basic concern here is on the concept of teacher. Of course, I'm not going detail into the teacher concept. Basically, the document also, I appreciate the document, pointing out on basic term, the noble role of the teacher in building of the nation, particularly concerned with the education of the nation's children, which means others' children. The teachers are placed there not to teach their sons and daughters. They are there to teach the people's children. So that means they are trying to transform them. The question is the noble profession you accepted us. But the question is, often in traditional we call it gurus. But often these teachers are reduced to the level of a worker. Because the unionism and so on, they are looked at as a worker, finish their worker, it is just their job. The teaching is just a job. I look at it slightly different. Teacher is a work, fine, but teacher is a knowledge worker. We are to concern with the knowledge worker. It deals with the knowledge building task, particularly the shaping the children of the state, country, or the nation, and transforming them into future citizens too. Here, the basic concept of idea of knowledge base of the teacher is critical. This is where the teacher education role, teacher educator's role, teacher education system has to get into it and try to transformation of the people or the teachers to take place. How do you do that? Because the documents identifies the purpose of education. They bring it. They say that it's right to the production of human beings. Can you hear me? Can you hear it well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible. Please go ahead, sir.
No problem.
No problem, sir.
Well, then basically they talk about, if you take the page number 4, you find that last side, you find that the main purpose education, the focus is on preparing and developing human beings too. Or the teacher's task is developing human beings in the stations. It's a wonderful idea to prepare human beings, not individuals. But today the trend is more on individuals. We see the IT, influence of IT, influence of technology, each one going on its own way. Then the basic concern is whether you prepare a nation of individuals or a nation of, or we are trying to create a human society. We are creating a human society, then you require human beings too. That's the teacher's role come. But there's a problem. The problem is, if you critically reflect on this, because the children, the education is to be linked to the society and also the political systems too. Because continuously, if there is a discord in the society, a conflict in the society will have a hatred to others, or violence in the society against one group against the other. It persists naturally, you'll have problems too. Then it will have a problem in education too. Then you will have a problem, a basic purpose of creating human beings too. That's where the thing is, education, you have to link it with the society and the political system, and so on and so forth, which I don't have to go detail into. I'm not going in detail into it. That's why the reason that the society education has to be linked. Particularly in the society constant, country like India, multiple groups exist. If you find the groups that exist in Arunachal is not the same that you find in Uttar Pradesh or down south in Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or western part in Rajasthan. So multiple groups exist. That's the reason that in the teacher education too, you try to deal with basic on concept, what you call the social theories, you deal with philosophy, social theories. Now, from there, then we come to deal with the basic point on the reason the document focuses on a new model of, not it's actually it is not a new model, a different model of teacher development approach, a course which you call 4-year integrated program of studies in the teacher preparation program. If you take, there they say that mainly the 4-year program, which is mainly earlier, the speaker already mentioned about the policy, multidisciplinary approach, also talked about the multidisciplinary institutions and so on and so forth. The education system now, it will be teacher education. Of course, it was used to be, now even now it is standalone systems exist. Then if you take multidisciplinary in nature, they're different. For example, you have a 4-year program. You can choose subjects and make it all. The question is, there'll be science, arts, or social science, and so on, so for the language and other disciplines too, even vocational aspects too. To become in subjects, you will define it, how many subjects you choose, and so on. So it's a 4-year program, integrated, you take it up. Plus, not only this 4-year, of course, they'll have a dual major things to talk about it, keeping the holistic view they talk. Then you will have the 4-year, besides 4-year, then the main focus is on 2-year B.Ed program too, not only the 4-year things too. Then also they talk about the 1-year B.Ed program too. They're trying to talk about it. See, for example, you'll have a multiple channels they're trying to open it as it exists now. Today we have different B.Ed, 2-year B.Eds is there. And the question is 4-year is there. In fact, 4-year we started long back in 60s, late 60s by the NCERT and it's through its regional institutions.
Hello.
It exists there.
Called fingerprint. Hi.
BSc.
I've been doing my Roblox and Minecraft. Nobody should touch them.
I think that's some problem cropping up. Okay, these two programs, plus later, the Delhi University also started a 4-year integrated, what you call a B.Ed program, elementary stage teaching. So in short, it's not a new approach or a new idea, new model, but it existed in the country. It was not very widespread. Now the government has taken initiative to make it as one major channel for teacher development programs. So that's good idea. Then I have a question, but of course it has a retail. I can talk a lot of things on 4-year model, but now because of the time, I'm not going detail into it. Only the basic idea is saying that it's integrated approach where children or the person after school itself, they will be particularly tuned through the subject's content, pedagogic dimensions, another aspect, value aspects too, and related discipline ideas, the vocational arts or music and so on and so forth, whichever he chooses, they're tuned to become a teacher who can function well with the school system, teaching subjects where the children can be shaped well. But there are interesting studies in the past done it, whether it is 4-year program is good or 1 year is better, or rather, what is the way they compare it. Then again, the effect was, or support was more in favor of 4-year programs too. But the question is, now they are bringing in, quite possibly they are not only concerned with the graduate programs, the early stage onwards, now we have questions of the structural changes are bringing in. Preschool system that brought it into the formal system. That's the foundation, preparatory, the middle. Then you take it that the question of distribution of teachers here. The question comes here. There are two basic questions, but I think people should think about it when the policymakers should think about it. When it comes in the graduate programs we produce, well, that's fine. Well, I think you will have it there. Program for elementary teachers, particularly preschool, the primary stage people and so on, the other stage people. Then what come to the secondary stage, mainly they used to be occupied by, if not completely, 11 and 12 by postgraduate teachers too. So the question comes up, do we have this program for integrated courses? Graduate things will offer specializations to different levels, or do you have separate for your BEd for preschool, early stages foundations, or the foundation, preparatory, middle, and so on? Because the way the document speaking indicates stage specific natures, or within that, it will provide each one. So this is one point we have to think about it. One. Second, what about the postgraduate program? Postgraduate teachers yet again go into PG program, 1 year more you do PG, you get it, that's enough. Then again, if you have that, see 2-year BEd for completed bachelor's program, 1 year again, those are completed for a 4-year degree and so on. The question here is, if you think teacher education is a professional course and teachers are professionals, then why don't we have a professional program? Why do you have this? If you think about doctors, we had to have 4 or 5 years. Engineering, do you have engineering also like this 1 year or 2 year programs? Why only for producing teachers, multiple things you operated? I think we should think serious applications of mind. For instance, I prefer we should have a integrated course to become a teacher at any level, whether preschool or foundation course, preparatory and middle or secondary stage. You can have a master's program too. Why not? If you say you have a degree program, 4-year degree, with 1 year you can become a master, they say with the research component. The question is, a teaching, a professional program, we should have research inbuilt program. Then it become very stable, because teacher is not only a knowledge given developer, it should be built on the basis of research. Well, that's one part. I'm not going in detail into it. Another aspect is the selection of documents speaks about. One is, they say rigorous selection process and so on and so forth. Okay, fine, I agree with that. You have a 4-year program, fine. Excellent. If you go by selection, then they say that selection, NTA, National Testing Agency, will do the selection of teachers. The university, not the state, doesn't have. What do you mean by it? Should be decentralized. The state, the autonomy of the state or the institution should not be affected. Who you select? The candidates for training, preparations, for your student, all those things, whatever you think importance, you consider it. That's within the state. Or the university should have the national agency. Well, that's another point of problem. I think I visualize it. Well, if you do it, fine, I don't have any problem. Then you'll objectivity. In the knife of objectivity, we should not sacrifice the people, the persons who can come in within that interest of people who are within the state, different cultural group that enter it. That's an important aspect we should think. Then also they think about it. Another dimension which they point out is, see, you can conduct for all national dimension teachers development, teacher education program provide for. shorter courses existing by the block level centers and diets and salts to do it, or a post-B.Ed program for 4-year course. The teachers can be given shorter. Of course, we can give, for instance, in CRT drawn up long back courses like language teaching, mathematics, science, biology, evaluation, and management, and so many courses, short courses, like a 3 months course, 2 months course, or 6 weeks course, or it can be any other course too. You can plan it. Education, it's a good idea. Okay. At the same time, the framework, when you talk about the real, they talk about a framework for early childhood education and care. I think let's not too much compartment will be a problem. Experts, academics should think about it. Why shouldn't we have a one framework instead of part by part? Anyway, it's okay. Another one, basic one point which they advertise, the substandard teacher education institutions will be what you call shut down gradually. It's again, you have to keep in mind, fine. But the question is, the approach it indicates that's a way business approach it comes in. I'll point out basic points, how it perceptions cropping in. Well, when you come to teachers, basically, the faculty of teacher education or the college or university level teachers development, professional development program that talk about the existing arrangement, because this faculty of staff development institutions, online programs, and so on, fine. But my basic concern when you develop professional development, whether it is school, teacher education, or anything, I think we should explore marginally technology is an excellent, useful, or what you call very useful techniques, and which you should explore it, use it for our own development purposes too. Can we use it? See, for example, when you talk about teacher education also, our faculty should enhance professionally. See, my experience at teacher education group is they are guru's guru. Very difficult to control. All policy matters, you look into the, they don't talk anything about teacher educators. So teacher educators always talk that what teachers should do, but they never talk about what teacher educators should do. For example, I've seen teacher educators talk about continuous evaluation or continuous comprehensive evaluation, but they never practice it. I don't know, maybe your university or some usually teacher educated don't do it. I've seen teacher educators discussing lectures on problem solving inquiry approach, but they never do it, practice it. They ask teachers to do it, then how will they practice it? So the problem lies. So this document also doesn't speak what teacher educators do for professional development. Does it tell? Please turn the pages and see whether it is there. Usually documents don't speak about teacher educators, but all talk about teachers. This is the basic problem, we feel it. Please understand it. Of course, no problem. You may feel angry with me, teacher educators. I have no problem, even if you feel angry with me. But the point is, we should critically reflect our role. Unless we change, teachers will never change. We want the teachers to change. First, change should be from teacher educators too. We should be able to preach, do what we preach, particularly the methodological, pedagogical aspect. Today, the thinking is the pedagogy, the teaching basic comes in, there is a content pedagogy integrations. When the moment you apply pedagogy, the content changes its nature. Any form of content. Well, I don't have time to illustrate here much. Then added to that, now thinkers say that You build into the values. That's why it said, in the document says, we are concerned with producing human beings. Excellent. Because the value integration take place along with content, pedagogy, values. This is the approach that we have to come in. Anyway, that's a different point. Actually, there should be a professional development approach that we need to adopt here for teacher educators, like the other feeling too. Never. Of course, they say, but the document, they talk about national mission for mentoring and all retired people. Okay, fine. You bring retired people, no problem. Support it. But the problem comes, there are times they talk about institutional management and control governance. They talk about board of governance. Actually, the board, it's nothing but corporate approach, business approach. Well, this is where the departure taking everything you look at in terms of business dimensions. I think you are also talked about number of things, but I don't want to get into too much on this institutional structures, because already told about by earlier speakers, or you already know about, like National Higher Education Regulatory Council. The NCT's role become what you call professional, this standard, and so on. There are also GEC, learning outcomes, definitions and all. NHERC basically come in the line of structures when you come to think about regulatory role comes in. The regulatory role comes in, they look into the governance, the learning outcome aspect, the finance, accounting, or auditing, infrastructure, faculty post. See, quality of school also through the regulations will you bring in? Well, think about this very important critical point. You have to consider, address it. Teacher educators, existing teacher need to address it, whether you'll be able to ensure quality. Because they're trying to rule wise, they check you, control you. This will ensure quality in professional practices. That's one point. You think about it. You can boost the outcome easily. It's not a problem. Your professional practice will bring quality differences. Same with the NEP, this there, where again, on there, the PSSB, professional standard setting bodies, NCRT, sorry, NCT will look into that as now it will become PSSB. They'll check into what the curriculum, set it, also fix what you call standards of teaching, and so on, number of other things too. Once this set up, PSSB will do, then this all synchronized. When I look at all these institutional structures, good, an institution, you better multi-teacher education system will become a part of a multi-functioning institutions where different disciplines exist, multidisciplinary institutions become part of it. Gradually, this stand-alone system will get into that. Or even if we allow, controlled by the university earlier, now it will be by a number of institutions will control. You have to address your functions to different bosses. Once you come to different bosses, means committees and so on, they will say, also what you call not very strict, like there will be problems will be adjudicated. Your performance less, faculty you don't find that, these things like NCT is doing nowadays. So the question comes to fulfill all these conditions when you come, different thing. That means different agencies you have to operate the institutional systems. Degrees of freedom will be limited for each institution function, which means different agencies, strangulation will come in. That means freedom will be limited. So much control will come. That's a centralized control on the institution's functioning will come. My question is, centralized control is the basic answer for maintaining quality. On one side you say autonomy. Other side, high control mechanism. That's why earlier somebody was telling earlier sessions, light but tightening. The question is, do you want to tighten too much? The academic freedom, which will be able to academic. See, that's one point. I think, friends, I think you think about it. It's like you think the school system. Earlier we gradually brought down the examinations at the 10th and 12th boards. Now the new policy talks about examining class 3, class 5, class 8, or grade 8, grade 5, grade 3. That means the more examinations you conduct, the more quality ensure, or the more teaching takes place, instruction for children. Which one ensure it? That's where the thing is, the more testing you go on, then you are getting into some other principles, which I'll come later. It will not ensure quality. It will help you to weed out children. Absolutely try this model. Children learn and come to the final phase, then only the basic approach comes up, the learning part. But that you don't do it. Rather, you're trying to do it only what you call every stage, a small child, 3, this coming to 3, third, then there is a what you call state level or an authority conducts a test. It begins standardization. You think about it. I don't know. That's some question what I have. Now I link with this the teacher education basic approach to the shift part the teachers too. When the teachers come, you train the teachers. Excellent. You want to try the teacher education, try to develop 4-year courses. The policy speaks that there's a quality of teaching should improve. All children learn. Excellent idea. I agree with that. The teaching should lead to learning by all. Every class, all should learn. That should be the approach. Fine. If it is that, the teachers, then you should recruit 4-year course. You should recruit the teachers, put in the 4-year course, send them to school. Here there is no connectivity like that. What they do is, you apply, you complete the course. If the vacancy is there, you take it. Otherwise, forget. You can take any other job. Many nations, some nations are not doing that. They are very successful nations. They recruit, send to the 4-year course or 6 years course, then put them to the school. Then you'll find follow-up effectiveness, you find it. Well, here the policy speaks. They find the recruitment of teachers basically on TET. They also mentioned, document says, I don't want to bring pages and all pages only. They say about oblique national testing agent. Why do you want a national testing agency every recruitment of each state within a region? See, the system does have autonomy in selection and placement of teachers too. Bringing NTA, national central control, doesn't mean that you ensure quality. No, I don't know. This is my view, but you may follow it. I can't. Then, you know, they have a testing, demonstration, interview, and all those conditions. You say it's fine. But there is another point of view is, here is all stages have this, go through this sort of process of development. One concern is whether all stages will have different, same thing will go in, because there will be subtle shift in the pedagogic approach comes. In fact, if those pedagogic people who are listening the program, teacher education, particularly education background people, if you recall, if you take preschool or the foundation program stage, preparatory stage, or we take next one, middle, then final, secondary. If you take these 4 stages, if we minutely observe or critically reflect, we'll find Piaget's stage of development clearly fitted into that. You try to look into it again, get back, think about it, the way how they structure it beautifully. Anyway, that's another part teacher education people can think about. But there, not simply go by that. You have to go by cultural component of children too. Then, okay, recruitment of teachers, you have to plan a lot, then only you develop it. Now, because the time dimensions, I'll bring in one important point. I already told about professional development. Actually, there your road come teachers. Again, I agree that though the document speaks about 50 hours duration, fine, that's a good idea. But how do they develop it? Teacher education should think. Do you think you can develop teachers through simply keep them training? I conduct so many times I was involved in it. In fact, I'm sorry because I share my experience with you. As part of the faculty of the NCERT to conduct a number of training programs too. But many times I find these have become redundant and they're problematic. It doesn't mean that much effect or benefit developmental part of it. That's why I said that we have to critically reflect whenever you form a design, you create a development program. One point which of late I thought, I don't want to get into detail of it, but do you think each teacher will have an experience? Maybe 2 years, 5 years. Experience is a virgin field in professional development. See, people, teacher educate, never use it for development of teachers. You can use as a mechanism, as a field activity for professional development of teachers. The experience is a wonderful field for action. We never explore it because it's a field for self-learning. Each teacher if you expand, each one of you look back and see what you have learned from your experience. You'll find a number of answers to it. Like I don't have time, I told you some of the case studies of the teachers, how they speak about what they learned in the life from that is self-learning. We use self-learning as a mechanism for, you have technology now. At least I tell the teacher education should ask, give you a simple question. Think about it. You ask at the end of each year, academic year, ask this year. Ask yourself, what is the new knowledge what you acquired it? You'll find, you think, ask yourself. Then honestly you try to answer it. If you can answer, you can think that, then we'll feel happy. If you don't get a sufficient answer, I don't know, what do you think? I used to ask, frankly speaking, friends, when I became assistant lecturer, I used to ask this question at the end of each. I tell my experience with you. When I don't get a sufficient answer, I feel very, very disquieted within me. I feel very unhappy about myself. What is that? I learn new things too. And every year I ask, when I get a sufficient answer only, I felt happy about it. As a teacher, I should share with you. This is an important aspect. If you think it's a meaning, you think about it. Of course, if you don't find any meaning, you can ignore it. I won't bother ask you, insist on you. Of course, they talk about merit promotion of the teachers and professional development of teachers too. But main question, because the time factor, I'm coming in one particular point, which you think Indian children, particularly Indian born in the policy matter, I think you should consider in one aspect. India is a vast country, it's like a continent, subcontinent, actually. multiple subgroups exist right from Arunachal Pradesh to take to Rajasthan, right from Kashmir down to Kerala if you take it. Multiple small cultural groups exist. They're unequal groups. The policy says that provide a quality education to all and say teacher teaches all well, everyone learns. The problem lies here. Multiple groups, some are dominant, some are minor. So I had to get into that theoretical, but I'm not going into it because the time factor, number thing, and this is not the opportunity for it, or this is not the situation for it. So I won't get into that. Say there is inequality of wealth distribution exists in these groups. You take it anywhere, it's true in all societies. But we have to attain equity if you want to provide quality. But no government can give wealth to people. It's impossible. What they can give is education, the quality education. The quality education, if you want to give it, then the question is linked with equity. We want to address equity, then there are two basic things you keep in mind. And using the paradigms, particularly paradigms related to the basic principles of corporates. That's what mainly embedded here in this document, which I don't want to go detail into it. You'll critically look, you'll find it. There are two things there. One is choice, another is competition. All industries use this. For example, I go to the market, I can get a 200 rupees shirt. I can get a 500 rupees shirt. I can get 1,000 rupees, 2,000, 3,000, any number. Prices vary. Same the sari, suit, although you get it. Different companies produce, competition is there, prices vary. They say, choices, you get things you buy. School also same. You have international school, government school, village school, they have private school, and so on, so on. Choice the government has given you. If they have more choice, equity will be widened. If you want to attain equity, you want to attain controlled choice. Then avoid business approach in education. Then what you have to do? School is not a marketplace. Please understand it. School is not a marketplace. Learning means school, within the school, children learn. One child is not competition with the other. One teacher is not competition with the other teacher. If you are concerned, each child learns. That's the basic approach you have to provide for. Not drilling. Yeah, allow them to learn. Give them chances. Provide them things to. Activity, manipulate, support. That's the way learning takes place too. But mind it, in that case, number of examples can be given. But one small thing in the management of the small children, they give it. I find excellent school systems abroad. What they do is, they give one period to another period, 15 minutes break. Do we give? No. We believe in the principle of keep the children maximum in the classroom. No, never it happens. Small children, even you try, can you concentrate your mind in a point? When you read a book, do you think all while your mind will be there in the book? Keeps on shifting, drifting. Small children should have a break. School, you should give 15 minutes break like that. You start from 9 to 2 o'clock. You have enough time. The periods, 6 or 7 periods, you get it. That's enough. The teachers, after that, what they do, teachers, the teachers themselves start working on curriculum matters. Themselves work 1 hour, 1 hour. Then only they go, teachers go. But we don't do. What do you do? Teach, teach, teach. It never happens to. The question that we have to control is, develop professionalism. Here lies professionalism of teachers, how teacher is educated can give. That means you have to get into more all these approach observations too. I've seen one small teacher doing it. 2 examples I give you. Within exactly 12:15, I'll stop. I think I have 3-4 minutes. Okay. After that, you want question or whatever you do it. I'll stop within 3-4 minutes. One teacher I noticed this. He said he told his children, put in the school outside. He said, you go and find out, you classify. He told in their own language, classify children, the trees, plants around you, in terms of their leaves. The shape of the leaves, you see it, classify them. He was doing it. Then I asked him, what is this here? He said, easy for them. Hey, they will do interesting, very interesting work, they will do it. Children plucked the leaves, brought, they classified it. So botanical classification, he starts with the leaves here, this teacher. This is the way he introduces it. Try to explore how they learn facts. His own school compound, is it? I don't have to go anywhere. I said, I use them as a lab for me. Another teacher I found interesting. It was in Haryana, one village school. When we are going, with 2 of us were walking, actually it's part of a research program. When walking, then he found this fellow coming with a bunch of sticks in his hand. Then we asked him, I told him he's a teacher. I asked, hello, we talked to him in Hindi. Then he said, "Aap aaiye." Pucha, kyun? Kiske liye? No, aap aaiye. Hum dikhayenge. He didn't tell us what is it. Went into the class, his spirits started teaching mathematics. He threw all the sticks there, small sticks, maybe on each and under 1 feet, some are half feet and so on. Then asked the children to measure it, the length, the width, and so on and so forth. They keep measuring, children. Allow them to, they do all. Some of them will be playing around. He doesn't bother about them. Let them play, he said. But measure, some of the measuring in length. And then after some time, after 15 minutes playing around with the children, after that, he started writing. Okay, you go and write the length of the room, the width of the room. They write in terms of length is 6 sticks or 10 sticks. Width is 6 sticks, like this. Or diagonal is that sticks and so on. Then I asked, how are you? It's going to do all in. I said, now I won't translate into feet or inch. After some time only, I'll put them into measurement. First, let them do this. See, this is the way, help the children collectively participate, think, do things and understand. All are involved. He's a fellow who thinks about what teaching is. Anyway, I want to tell you a couple of things too, Mano. I don't want to get into that. But my point here is, one, it should have an equitable school system. Equitable school system, we want equity to maintain it. What it means is, every child learns. The teacher has to adjust in such a way, activity, help them, you learn many things too. Equitable, but I learn. But here, equitable learning, one important thing is everyone learns, but main question is, how much will spend on each child? That also matters. You want a quality, you have to spend. Which means you have to give all material support, equipment, material, space, doing, all these things you have to provide for children to learn about it. Here in this case, when you come, quality of learning means basic thrust is on child learns. But when child learns, child is not competition with another child or anything. Here, this approach we want all children learning. We will not say this is a good school, this is a bad school. A school, they function not in comparison to another school. No, each school function on its own. We don't compare school there. We promote the children to learn. There's no comparisons to. But the problem is, now look, in this approach, professionalism, we try to promote learning by all children within the school. There is no standardization. Standards, that's a basic approach of market-oriented approach. Then that's model. Outcomes, competition, children to children. That's not where. Choice, accountability. You try to do accountability in terms of students, children's outcome measure, teacher performance will be assessed, then the whole thing will backfire. Don't work it. Teachers will be stressed. Same way children will be stressed if you compare them. Okay. So the competition is a driving engine, in fact, to attain quality, but it will never attain it. You try to promote each child to reach its maximum potential. How to do it, that's a different matter. I think good points, the document, but the point here is we try to adopt the mechanisms which they suggested, mainly of it's colored by market-oriented approach, privatization, and so on, and things like standardization, standard test, competitions. All these are private system. All these are tuned towards these approaches or things practiced by these corporate industries and so on. If that adopted, certainly it will affect us. That's all I want to say. I tried to talk about the quality of education you can bring in through integrated models. It's a good, provided how do you practice it. Depends on, basically teacher educators should also have a plan to develop themselves too. Otherwise system won't improve. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, one more point I want to tell you. I told you about the policy and also expressed my views. You can accept or reject it. I'll not impose on you. You choose your own. But the point I want to communicate to you is you have absolute freedom as a professional. That's what I want to say, that is, I wanted to provoke your mind. I want you to think critically. As a teacher educator and a teacher, you should critically reflect. Then only you can charter a path for development of yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we have received a couple of questions. So can I read out the question for you, sir, if you don't mind?
Do that. Yeah.
The first question we have received from one of our WhatsApp group, and the participant is asking, what is your view on integrated teacher education program? Whether it is intended to implement to empower teacher trainees.
All right. That means B.Ed integrated course. Am I correct? That's one?
That's one.
That's an excellent program, but earlier, now the present model existing is called Science Education, BSc B.Ed, or BA language teaching, social science teaching, and so on. Now, because the new policy talks about multidisciplinary approach a person can choose, they simply made it. I think they are defining it B.Ed integrated program 4-year courses. That's a good program because the main premises or principles underlying are the content and pedagogy integrated and presented to go on. Now at the school itself, from the there is some interventions anyway.
We are requested to please mute your mic.
I don't know. There is someone. It's okay. If you can hear it, fine. I don't know. From the first year itself, the content and pedagogy will go hand in hand, simultaneously, so that they can integrate children. They can, integrate the ideas, use it. They go to school, see that. For example, in part of it, see the case. If anything, first observe. They go to the school, you can observe how the school system functions. From there it starts. See, as a scientist, any field, scientific approach, if you take it, the first skill you have to develop is all other aspects, categorization, analysis, synthesis, anything you take it, All are based on observations. If you fail in observation, all other things fail. So mainly, they try to develop all aspects through the practical mode. You have time for it, questioning, understanding, and so on. But my only concern is this 4-year model, they should build in, who are maybe designing the curriculum, their research dimensions of it. Because teacher is a researcher. Please understand it. In a very successful country, beautifully, extremely on the top now, because they worked for 30 years on this. They built a system that's excellent at all, actually looking at them with keen interest. Their basic approach, the course, integrated course they built into it is research model. When the teacher will have research part of it, their knowledge base. Thank you. Any other?
Yes, sir. One more questions. The question from Dr. Sumim Prakash, Department of Education. And the question is, people with no training and exposure to education, that is degrees in education, are welcome as faculties in education programs. So is there any chance of its reversal?
Huh? Not clear. Can you make it very clear?
Yeah, I'll read it again, sir. People with no training and exposure to education,
okay,
are welcome as faculties in education programs.
All right.
Is there any chance of its reversal? Is there any outlook in the new in the NEP 2020?
Which means reversal means that that policy should be changed. What do you mean? See, existing. Hello.
Basically, I want to know because the people from liberal disciplines are welcome to be faculties in teacher education, as I was going through the document. So is there any chance of education people, those who are having degrees in education, to going out to other disciplines? Because we are talking about a multidisciplinary mode of education. So that's why in this context, sir, I just wish to ask this.
Friends, I think the thing is, basic one point to keep in mind, education as a discipline. It's a very, you yourself, if you are a discipline man, education man, you should try to look into it. It's all coming from psychology, philosophy, sociology, political science, and later disciplines and so on and so forth. It comes into it. Even our own people, even including me, we never try to create our own theories. Let me be very clear, critically we reflect it, and future generations may try. Mostly the work has come from different economics, is another word, economics of education. There is a major area. And all these things come. So that's why some of the university centers, they're open for non-disciplined people work in the field of education trying to come. One center is JNU. They have this. Similarly, the Pune Institute of Education, they started it. Now I don't know how they're going and all. There are some other universities too, they have this scheme. For Madras also was there. So the point is one. Similarly, we say that education, you have faculty education, but you have a master's program in one of the disciplines, for example, in science or in other areas, or social science area. You have done the basic work in, but there is no harm in going to the other departments too, wherever it's required. There are people going, moving in such backgrounds too. But it will not be written well, but they will write only the disciplinary approach. Because India is a country, again, I'll say, universities are very conservative. They will not allow interdisciplinary or anything of the sort. Or many places, people, unless you have disciplines, degrees, they will not allow you to enter it. Even NCERT started taking people without education background in sociology, philosophy, psychology, and so on and so forth, even science. Of course, science, they do it, social science and other subjects too. But again, they have rethinking it. There are problems too. So it's a question, where do you want to apply? Whether you have the essential things, it is possible. I think my analogy, my approach, my thinking is we should allow if the person has essential qualities or contributions or mind. I've seen people working with the physics in background and working in the area of international politics. Disarmament, it's a political science area. in JNU, I found a MSc physics man working in it. So we should allow them to work. Then only disciplines can, cross-discipline can thrive, ideas shared, develop ourselves, and also contribute to the field, the people, and so on.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Participants, we are really apologize because we could not take more questions. And sir, all of us stand on the shoulders of giants, but it's rarely that we look back and see how you have contributed and acknowledged in educational mentorship. So that is what we are here today, and I take this opportunity to say a heartfelt thanks. And I think as we have heard in this session with a lot of insights on NEP 2020 in general and teacher education in particular, the content, the pedagogy, and the values. Thank you for an excellent ideas and insights on teacher education. And we are all benefited by your rich insights on NEP 2020. Thank you so much for your time, sir. And sir, we request your presence in the valedictory sessions. It starts at 3 p.m. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much for this. And I request all of you, sorry, I know trespassed your time, but I try to limit within that. Second point is, I think each one of you read it, the document critically reflect. Then only you can contribute to its development. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, sir. So nice of you.
So grateful. Thank you so much, Professor. So nice.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Bye, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. For the next technical session, I request Dr. Sumin Prakash to take over the session.
അവരായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് നിർത്തിക്കണം കട്ട് ചെയ്തോ അവരുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ അത് നല്ലവരായി
Thank you, Nishan sir, for calling me for this session. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv University, Dean, Faculty of Education, Head Department of Education, eminent speakers, my colleagues in the Department of Education, faculty members of RGU from different departments, and esteemed enthusiastic participants. This is indeed a privilege to welcome Professor Arvind Kumar Jha, and I'm thankful to the coordinators of this program for giving me this opportunity. Professor Arvind Kumar Jha, currently the Dean, School of Education, Department of and Head Department of Education, Baba Sahab Bhim Rao Ambedkar University, Lucknow, needs no introduction. A voracious and meditative reader, a declamatory and eloquent speaker, a thought-provoking and inspiring teacher, a decisive and stunning academic leader, and an articulate author who is well groomed in education and have all the degrees in education. He has successfully guided more than 30 MA dissertations, more than 20 MPhil, and 7 PhD students, and 8 students are still working with him. He has held key positions as Dean and Head of School of Education, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Dean, School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi International Hindi University, Wardha. To his credit, he has distinguished awards. He has been Fulbright Nehru Fellow for International Education Administrators Fellowship for the year 2016-17. And he is a recipient of Inspired Teacher Award by President of India to participate in the residence program at Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi in the year 2015. He has authored more than 7 books, all published with well-known national and international authors and publishers. And to quote few, to name few, because the books are very coveted: Nyaya Philosophy, Epistemology and Education, Constructivist Epistemology and Pedagogy, Insight into Teaching, Learning and Knowing. He has also credited to author more than 4 books on measurement in assessment in education, research in education, qualitative research for education, and fundamentals of education, psychology, and a very good book, Homework Education. He has authored more than 50 papers and presented in national and international at different platforms. And apart from this, he has visited more than 20 universities of the world, to name a few. This is a long list. I'm not going to read out the whole list because it will take more than 10 minutes for me to read out. But to mention a few are some international universities like University of La Sierra, University of Riverside, New York State University, Institute of International Education, Washington, George Washington University, George Mason University, University of Maryland, etc., etc. And to his credit, he has published research papers in reputed journals in India and abroad, and he is on several internationally reputed journals. Currently, the editor of EE, New Delhi. And as part of his academic contributions and connections with academia, he is a resource person for various institutes across the country, like NCRT, SCRT, Haryana Institute of Public Administration, academic staff colleges of different universities of country. And he is a prolific contributor to the philosophical and educational studies and research. As far as his areas of interest are concerned, he is doing researches and is interested in educational problems and practices in general, and epistemology in particular, pedagogy and constructivist pedagogy in particular, and institutional culture. With these few introductory words, I now invite Professor A.K. Jha, who has been with us right from yesterday morning. Sir, we welcome you to speak more on institutional restructuring and consolidation in higher education in the wake of national education policy. Sir, you are welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Sumin Prakash.
Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sumin Prakash, for introducing me. But before I share my thoughts with you, I must thank Professor Saket Kushwaha, the Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University in Arunachal Pradesh, Department of Education, Professor Kesang Degi, my friend, and her entire team, all the coordinators and the co-coordinators. Among the coordinators, I would like to mention Professor Sahu, Professor Lungdim, Professor Hang Singh, and Professor Acharya. Similarly, there are a list of deputy co-coordinators. Sumin Prakash is one, Dr. Tok, Dr. Sankar, Dr. Padu, Nishant, and Narendra Singh, etc. Friends, it's indeed an honor for me to be a part of this webinar, where people like Burgess, people like Professor Khan, and many other co-panelists spoke. For asking me to delimit to of higher education. To share, I mean, 60 pages document, if you divide into the two, you'll be surprised to see almost 30 to 35 pages document. Technical.
Yeah, I think, sir, you are getting some
So just
internet
keeping
issues.
It's not audible.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, sir. You are welcome back.
In short, what I wanted to say is this, that I mean, more than half of the space has been occupied by higher education. But anyway, I'll delimit myself to only institutional reconstructing and consolidation in higher education, or you may call augmentation in higher education. As this topic is concerned in the field of higher education, that is the institutional reconstruction and consolidation, you'll find in this document, NP 2020, it covers from page number 34 to page number 36. But these two pages are not sufficient to understand this. You need to read the entire document, which Professor Kuril this morning elaborated in a great length. I'm not going to repeat the same, but definitely. So what will be my modus operandi to share my thoughts with you? What I'll be doing, I'll be taking the main key points as highlighted, underlined by this document. At the same time, what are the questions and the queries are there in the minds of the reader, as well as the implementers and the different stakeholders. Also, I'll talk about the issues and apprehensions. Otherwise, it will become one-sided. See, as far as the institutional restructuring and consolidation have been reflected, I mean, that's a concern. You will notice all learned must have read each and every with minute detail. So in structure consolidation have been reflected in creating of HEI will be the National Higher Education Regulatory Council. And this NHERC will be set up in the edge of, agencies
He is facing internet. Professor Jha is facing some technical issues, perhaps with the internet. So I request all the participants to be patient.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there is some internet issue. I'm extremely sorry for that. That's beyond my capacity. But anyway, let me continue. So I was talking about that. I mean, so one participant this morning asked a question, and the question was very pertinent question. That do you think that almost all regulative agencies in India have impeded the growth of the qualitative growth of education, higher education in India? My question, my answer, yes. They haven't done their job. They haven't their job very fairly, and that's why not only the quality has deteriorated, except access, in terms of access and equity, nothing has taken place. So I'm happy that the NHERC will be set up to regulate in a light but tight and facilitative manner. The second vertical of HEC therefore will be a meta accrediting body, as we all know, and that will be called NAC, not NAAC. Now it will be called NAC, National Accreditation Council. The third vertical of HECI will be Higher Education Grants Council, HEGC, and which will carry out funding and financing of higher education. And the fourth vertical of HECI will be the GEC, which is known as, or which will be known as General Education Council, which will frame expected learning outcomes for higher education programs, also referred to as a graduate attributes, as these are prevalent in the Western discourse of higher education. Now, the another agency that will come into existence will be called NHEQF, a National Higher Education Qualification Framework, which will be formulated by the GEC, and it shall be in sync with the National Skills Qualifications Framework that I have just mentioned, NSQF, to ease the integration of vocational education into higher education. Higher education qualification leading to a degree or the diploma or the certificate shall be described by the NHEQF in terms of such learning outcomes. And very importantly, that the credit transfer concept will take place. And that's why this policy underlines that the GEC shall set up facilitative norms for issues such as credit transfer, equivalence, etc., through the NHEQF. So that's a challenge. The GC will be mandated to identify specific skills that students must acquire during their academic programs with the aim of preparing well-rounded learners with 21st century skills. Friends, here I would like to mention one point. If you talk about the power of the education minister among the world, not in India, then you all must be knowing that the education minister of UK is the most powerful in the entire world education system. No country's education minister is as powerful as the UK. Why? Because the moment he signs or he puts his signature on any document, with immediate effect, that document becomes, a law in UK, and every institution is bound to take care. I'm reminded of one statement made by the earlier education minister in the Parliament of UK, and I quote, and he said, majority of the graduates, a product of UK universities, are unemployable. So it's not in India that's, that's the problematic area in India. That kind of time and again throughout the world, people have, shared their apprehensions about the graduate output and their attributes. So I think in that direction, it's a good move. The C will be mandated to identify, as I said, specific skills that students must acquire during their academic program, and with the aim of preparing well-rounded learners with 21st century skills. And one of the most important 21st century skill is to have the critical understanding. Not only to have the thinking mind, but the criticality is the point which is very important. Similarly, this ICR, NCT, NCVT, PSSBs, and all these will be known as professional standard setting bodies. So many people are thinking that of these institutions, are these institutions going to be shut down? No. Now their roles and responsibilities will be the changed one. And that's why NP 20 says that the Indian Council for Agricultural Research, Veterinary Council of India, and National Council for Teacher Education, Council for Architecture, and National Council for Vocational Education and Training will act as, very importantly, and I would like to underline this point, professional standard setting bodies. And that should have been one of the key roles of these organizations. But unfortunately, these organizations, instead of focusing on professional standard setting work, they shifted their prime work to regulating the higher education or the professional educations in India. The functioning of all the independent verticals for regulating NH, ERC, or accreditation NAC, of funding HEGC, and academic standard setting GC, and the overarching autonomous umbrella body like HECI itself will be based on, as this policy says, let's see how it happens, on transparent public disclosure and use technology extensively to reduce human interface to ensure efficiency and transparency in their work. And that's the need of the hour. Similarly, you'll be surprised to see that this policy very clearly says that the HECI itself will be resolving disputes among the 4 verticals that will be created in the light of NP 2020. If this policy is taken as in toto, and the political leadership has the will to implement in totality, okay, among all the 4 verticals. And autonomous, it also talks about that it is a right time to talk about and to have in India the National Educational Technology Forum, which is called NETF. And this will be created to provide a platform for the free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning, assessment, planning, administration, and so on. Both, I repeat, both for school and higher education. And from this, you can take a clue that COVID-19 pandemic has affected the overall thinking of the people who are involved in the development of the draft of NP 20. So the aim of the NETF will be to facilitate decision making on the induction, deployment, and use of technology. Along with this policy also talks about that the teaching learning e-content will continue to be developed by all states in all regional languages, as well as by the NCERT, CIET, CBSE, NIOS, and other bodies or institutions, and will be uploaded on the Diksha platform. And therefore, the policy is very clear in its conceptualization that technology-based education platforms such as Diksha or SWAYAM will be better integrated across school and higher education. And that's why it says online and digital education is going to be one of the prominent force in the field of higher education as well as school education. Why? Just to ensure equitable use of technology. And I'm very happy to see that time and again, in the last 4 to 5 months, I have made a point that when people are claiming in India and elsewhere that 8,500 or 90% to 100 people, students are waiting, attending online classes, this is a completely nonsense. That's simply not possible. I would like to give you the example of Harvard Business School. Even that school surveyed, and you'll be surprised, maximum only 65% students could attend online classes regularly. And out of those 65%, I mean, at least on 5 parameters, they said that this is not going to be successful. And now you forget about the country like Asia and Africa, where even the access is very, very limited. I'm not going to share that data with you, but yeah, please read yourself, you will come to know that. But anyway, I'm very happy that this policy is saying that if we have to really realize the online and digital education, then we'll have to ensure equitable use of technology. It means we are going to bridge the gap of the digital divide in the country. Second, very important point, creating a dedicated unit of building of world-class digital infrastructure, educational digital content, and capacity. Like in one of the platforms, it was organized in Russia, in Moscow, that what kind of e-initiatives have been taken in Asia. And I was talking from the Indian point of view, that what kind of initiatives have been taken. We are saying that online teaching is going on, MOOCs courses are there. My question is, are these courses truly pedagogic oriented? I'm very surprised, with due regards to Professor Verghese, when one of the participants asked a question, do you think that training is required for the people who are teachers in the field of higher education? First of all, I would like to correct this question. Don't use, for God's sake, the question training. I'm very clear that human brains cannot be trained. Human minds can only be educated or oriented. So instead of training, if you don't want to use the word education, you say oriented. Only creating the contents, providing the materials, I don't think it equips an individual to become a better teacher, particularly at the higher education level. A lot of deliberation, discussion, critical perspective, critical discourses are required. And that's why, I have the opportunity to visit at least 15 to 20 universities in US only. Majority of the top class US university has got a center, and that is called Teaching Learning Center. But anyway, this is not the right and opportune time to talk about that. But I'm very happy to note also that, the policy says that there is a need to strengthen the Central Advisory Board of Education. And that's why the policy recommends not only strengthening, but empowering also. Strengthening and empowering the CAB, which is also known as Central Advisory Board of Education, which will have a much greater mandate and not only a forum for widespread consultation and examination of issues relating to educational and cultural development. And that's the mark. On the one hand, you are saying it is an apex body. On the other hand, you don't take its advice very sincerely. As Professor Verghese very rightly said, that the policy is a policy document. It's not a law. And it will depend on the political will of the political leadership. I'm happy to note that Mr. Prime Minister said that as far as the political will is concerned, we have the strong will. Let's see how that strong will is converted into reality. And that's the apprehension that is there in the minds of the people in India. Now, as far as the financing is concerned, this policy very clearly says affordable and quality education for all. But here I would like to point, Mr. Verghese also made a point to study. Like, see, I don't understand why the academia in this world and people who are working in the area of the apex body like NEPA, NCRT, Ministry, UGC, they have some sort of not only obsession but the fixation with the number 6. Why are we fixed with number 6? And he was right that way. I also, before the Prime Minister himself addressed, I made a point on one of the platforms in India, talking about higher education, that I mean, in 1968, you demanded 6% of the GDP. In 1986, you demanded 6% of GDP. 1992, also you demanded 6% of GDP. And again, now you are saying that according to the analysis of a budget expenditure of 2017 and 18, it's a 4.43%. So please give us only 6% of GDP. And why all those people? I mean, there could be answer in pro and against both. But my question is, why don't we have any research at the apex level to know if we want to achieve a certain target in the field of higher education or the entire education system in the world, how much money do you need? You'll be surprised to know, I have done one study, comparative study of Indian education and South African study. You'll be surprised to know South Africa is one of the countries of the world which spends the highest GDP in the field of education. But my point is not this, that you take clue from the US or the Sweden or the France or the Singapore or the South Africa. No, my point is, why don't you have this study and find out that how much money actually you need, and accordingly you fix. It could be 5% GDP, it could be 7% or 10%. Why the academia in India have developed a kind of fixation with number 6? And this is my apprehension. This is my question and queries also from the policy developers. But this policy very clearly says that the center and the states will work together to increase the public investment in education sector to reach 60% of the GDP at the earliest. And I don't think this point is a valid point. Also, I'm very happy as far as the finance in the field of higher education is concerned. This policy underlines that there is a need to ensure to have the provisions of GFR, PFMS, and just-in-time release to implementing agencies will be followed for efficient use of government resources and avoiding parking of funds. Like whole year you don't give us the fund, and in the month of February, in central universities get the fund to spend within 30 days. Why? But I'm happy, at least this policy is saying now it will not happen because GFR, FMS, and just in time are the things which will be there in the place. To ensure that the policy is implemented in the spirit and intent through coherence in planning and synergy across all these bodies involved in education. So there are apprehensions in the mind of the people when you are creating 4 verticals. How these 4 or 5 verticals are going to synergize with each other? I'm sure those who will be involved with the program of action agenda, they will take care of this. You ask NCT, they will say, okay, what will be the qualification of assistant professor? So you consider the UGC. You ask the UGC, okay, consider the NCT. It's not only, you know, the clash of interest between UGC and NCT, UGC between AICT. Similar kind of organizations, and there is a clash between the two. Like when I started for the first time in the country, B.Ed M.Ed integrated program, right? NCT says, you must start this. And thanks to my vice chancellor, I discussed him, he allowed me. And thanks to the NCT that time, and Professor Panda took active interest in that. And NCT Bhopal allowed me to start with that. And then, you know, UGC started writing, no, it's not the right time to start B.Ed M.Ed integrated program. Why? And I'm optimistic about this, that in future, if we are going to create so many bodies, if we are going to restructure our higher education agencies, the same kind of clash will not take place. Like I remember that every day 50 students used to call me, sir, we are trying to apply for the UGC entrance test and B.Ed M.Ed integrated is not there. Whose responsibility was this? When you decide that the colleges of education and the Department of Education in India should start B.Ed M.Ed integrated program, then whose responsibility was this? To include that nomenclature also when B.Ed M.Ed integrated students are applying for a UGC test. So I'm happy to note that when this policy may, underlines that the comprehensiveness in implementation will be the key, and we all are waiting eagerly. When I'm saying we all are waiting, we are not waiting as a MOOC spectator. We are ready to participate very actively in the deliberation as we are doing. As Mr. Prime Minister himself, asked all of us that you have to do this, and please start engaging yourself in the webinar. So thanks to Professor Kuswa, the Vice Chancellor of the Rajiv Gandhi University, and taking a lead, Professor Kesang started this and her entire team. And two more things, and then I'll come back to the main topic. In the decade of 20, 30 or 40, the entire policy will be an operational mode. So you're taking that by 40. It means, I'm not criticizing, just I'm raising a question. It means you consider that what we have today, it will remain constant in coming 2 decades. Following which another comprehensive review will be undertaken. And in the decade, and this is what this policy is saying. And we people have got the thinking mind. So we need to raise questions. So now, friends, what I'm going to do, I'll take up some important points from the policy as far as institutional reconstructing and consolidation in higher education is concerned. And then I'll be summarizing each point in 2 dimensions. One, questions and queries, and another, issues and apprehensions. So the first point, what it says, I'm referring to point number 10.1, page number 34. And it very clearly says, as far as the institutional reconstruction and consolidation in higher education is concerned, there is a need to end the fragmentation of higher education. Wonderful. I believe that that is needed. We should have taken this lesson from the Ramanujam's time, when a brilliant mathematical mind failed in biological examination more than 6 to 7 times. And second, by transforming higher education institutions into large multidisciplinary universities, colleges, and higher education institutions clusters or the knowledge hub. And it is envisaging that at least every higher education institution will have 3,000 or more students. But the question is how to end the fragmentation of higher education, and that's the major challenge. How to transform higher education into multidisciplinary universities? It means, will all IITs and IIMs will also be converted into multidisciplinary universities? These are the questions in the mind of the people. If you'll ask me this question, if you'll refer this question to me, I'll say yes, with immediate effect. Why not? If IITs are so good, and if you find that the education is the key in the society, why not IIT should have been asked to start School of Education or Department of Education? If IIMs are so reputed, people are so good, why not IIM should also start Department of Education and College of Education? I belong to the field of education, so I am giving example of this. This is equally applicable to almost all the disciplines. I remember one of the guys, product of IIMS Ahmedabad. He was the gold medalist. And when media asked him that what will be the next, which organization and for how much package, how many rupees you are going to join, he said, I'm sorry to, and my answer is going to frustrate each one of you. I'm not going to join any multinational companies. I'm going to start my own education NGOs to work in the area of education. And his dad said, I'm happy that he has chosen a field to work in. Why timing? And I think that the teacher education has not grown qualitatively, at least, as far as the discourses of knowledge is concerned, or what recently I have delivered a lecture, the grand narratives of educational discourses are concerned, because we have kept ourselves isolated from the mainstream disciplines. And that's why I raised this question. We have so many, good institutions working on the economic front in the country. And why they didn't do a research on this, that what percentage of GDP is required in India to make higher education universal? And you all know, to make higher education universal means only 50% enrollment. As to make school education universal, only 90% is required. But my answer will be yes. Yes, I had a chance to visit one Ivy League university. Almost all disciplines were there. Almost all disciplines. But in addition to these questions and queries, the main issue is, do you have adequate resources? And when I'm saying resources, people say, oh, we have money. No, no, no. I'm not saying resources in terms of only material resources or infrastructure resources. I'm also talking about in terms of human resources. And this is bound to happen. And this is a very pertinent issue. I'm not saying that to address this issue. You all know problems are there to be, issues are there to be addressed, and problems are there to be resolved. Or otherwise also you can take. It depends on the conceptual comprehension of your understanding. I won't like to enter into that debate. But we'll have to ask ourselves, if we have, we are going to use this. If we don't have, how to create and construct that. The second important point is that moving to large multidisciplinary universities and higher education clusters is thus the highest recommendation of this policy regarding the structure of higher education. And see, the policy quotes the example of Takshila, Nalanda, Vallabhi, and Vikramshila. I'll urge all of you, those who are right now listening to me and those who have already listened to my learned fellow panelists, please go at least once to see the Nalanda University's remains. And it says that these will work as a model for us. Why? Because the policy says, which had thousands of students from India and the world studying in vibrant multidisciplinary environments, amply demonstrated the type of great success that large multidisciplinary research and teaching universities could bring. And that's why the policy highlights that India urgently needs to bring back this great Indian tradition to create well-rounded and innovative individuals. But there are questions in the mind of the people, and that questions are bound to happen. Do you have enough knowledge about ancient universities such as Takshila, Nalanda, Vallabhi, and Vikramshila? I haven't seen the enough research documents related to these ancient universities. I remember one student wanted to work that what pedagogical processes were there in place in Nalanda. I said, how will you come to know that? Had Wensang not mentioned in his memoir about the Nalanda, I don't think today in modern time, India would have known about that. And second question, why can't we think of some modern Indian universities as one of the alternatives model? Why people are raising this question? People are raising these questions simply because state like Bihar, where Nalanda and Bikramshila, two universities were there. But you all know the pathetic condition of education in that state. Students are migrating from that state. Now, what lessons you will learn, and how will you learn, and how are you going to implement? I'll be very happy to see if, forget about one or if you, I mean, I'll be happy to see at least 100 universities like Nalanda if this government could create, and we all joining our hands could create. But do you have enough knowledge about that? Have we done the research? Main issue is why all the time we idealize the past only. And nothing is wrong. But only idealizing the past is not going to solve the problem. And that's why Radhakrishnan Commission in its 1948-49 report very clearly says, take lessons from them and make an institution which is suitable according to the modern time. And that's why my point will be, ideation of the present is equally important, friends. I remember when in Nalanda, one university was opened and Amartya Sen got involved with that. Lord Meghnad Desai got involved with that. But see what is the condition of the university. And it was opened in Bodh Gaya only. Third point, which is very important, it says a university will mean a multidisciplinary institution of higher learning that offers undergraduate and graduate programs with high quality teaching, research, and community engagement. I'll be very happy to see that university should not engage itself with the only teaching and learning. What about community engagements? Because after all, your survival depends on the community's survival. You are ultimately, you will enter into the field of community. So why community engagement should not become the compulsory part of higher education system? And I'm very happy to note that this policy has highlighted this. And this policy says that those that place equal emphasis on teaching and research. Some people are saying, oh, either university will be the teaching or university should be the research. I don't think that the POA should develop any strategies keeping this to mind. Please read policy document very carefully and read between the lines also in a positive way, not in a negative way. And it very clearly says that those that place equal emphasis on teaching and research, that is a research intensive university. So research intensive universities in India, and this is the depart from the MIT of the US, that only you will have to equally emphasize on both, then only you will be called the research intensive university as written in the document. Those that place greater emphasis on teaching but still conduct significant research, that is a teaching intensive university. And these 2 points I would like to make an asserting point as per the document of NP 2020. And again, I'm repeating that those that place equal emphasis on teaching and research, that is a research intensive university. And those that place greater emphasis on teaching, like majority of the universities are there in India, and I'm very happy, but still conduct significant research. I mean, see, almost all accrediting agencies and assessment agencies in the world, they give more importance to research, less about the teaching. And that's why I'm very sorry to say, I mean, India and abroad also have seen many professors are not able to say what they want to say. Communicative skills is so poor because they don't have good models there in front of them, inside the classroom and outside the classroom. And then it says that we'll have autonomous degree granting college. But very clearly this policy says, though it would not be restricted to that, and it need not be restricted to that, and it would generally be smaller than a typical university. This statement has been given about autonomous degree granting colleges. But again, the question, will all universities be asked to introduce all the three programs, undergraduate, graduate, and PhD? Why to classify all teacher education institutions into research university, teaching university, and autonomous degree granting colleges? Don't you think some sort of confusion will be created here? Universities are universities, a place for the universe of knowledge, and knowledge, for knowledge, you need both. You need sound pedagogic discourses. At the same time, you need research. See the top 10 universities of the world, they are research universities. And that's why I have always put a big question mark on NAAC. NAC grants A grade to some university and UG says you are underperforming university. If I'm underperforming, any university, XYZ, is underperforming, then how can it have A grade? And so the issue is the basis of differentiating universities into research university and teaching university. Are there any research document? I haven't seen yet. If you people know, please share with me. I'll be happy to read. How such a differentiation will make education a comprehensive one? And that's another major issue, friends. Then it says a state-wise mechanism for granting graded autonomy to colleges. And colleges will be encouraged, mentored, supported, and incentivized to gradually attain the minimum benchmarks required for each level of accreditation. So the obvious questions are there in the mind. Why state-wise mechanism for granting graded autonomy to colleges? Then you'll say, oh, education is in the list of concurrent and co-currence is required, and that's why it is there. Just think before you answer like that. And many people are saying, oh, if you are going to make us autonomous, so tomorrow you will withdraw the financial support. You know, such criticisms I call in Indian discourses oppositional critique, because you have to criticize for the sake of opposition, because you always look at things from the oppositional mindset. But my issue is, if colleges don't aspire and don't purchase appropriate accreditations, how autonomous degree granting colleges could evolve into research intensive or teaching intensive universities? You all know that more than 65% to 75% higher education institutions come under the state, and the higher education, you know, pathetic conditions are there, at least in terms of infrastructure. There is struggling hard, and that's why RUSA came into existence. And the next point it makes, that HEIs will have the autonomy and freedom to move gradually from one category to another. And it says, based on their plans, actions, and effectiveness. Again, I would like to quote, yesterday, you know, time and again, when people want to enhance the quality in the field of higher education, they always take example of industry. Robert Singh has written a book. And he was a man of industry. And he makes this very powerful statement in his book when he says, quality, I know what it is, yet I do not know what it is. And one of the panelists study, I'm exactly forgetting the name, I was listening to them. He said that in industry, it's not allowed if the output is less than the input. You will be kicked out. Systems will be closed down. I mean, I don't understand. If I'll ask you a simple question, what is input and output in terms of higher educational settings? I think enough deliberation, enough discussion has not taken place. I remember my stay in Washington, D.C., and I had 5 days deliberation in International Institute of Education. And there also I raised the similar kind of question. I don't understand. Why can't you have an example of your own, which suits the very nature of education itself? Why do you take example of industry, for example, Air India, you take example of the Hero Honda, you take mobile companies? I don't understand. The purpose is completely different. And that's why measure of accreditation and assessment have to be different. And for that, different conceptualization is needed, friends. And that's why my point is, and my issue is, the accreditation system will develop and use appropriately different and relevant norms across the range of HEIs. If that's correct, then will this not compromise with the objectivity of accreditation system? Why? Because the question is, HEIs will have the autonomy and freedom to move gradually from one category to another. The next important point. In addition to teaching and research, HEIs will have the other crucial responsibility. And what are those? Which they will discharge through appropriate resourcing, number 1, incentives and structures. And these include supporting other higher education institutions in their development, number 1, very good thing. Community engagement and service, another important point that is completely missing in our education system. And third, contribution to various fields of practice, faculty development for higher education system. And very important, which is a very important, when you are talking about teacher education, friends, you must refer this point 10.6, and support to school education. And that's why when I was making at least in terms of infrastructure and conceptualization, I'll refer 3 universities. I'll refer BHU, which has got from school to higher education, AMU, school to higher education, Jamia Millia Islamia, school to higher education level, and this is needed. But my simple question, how many teachers from the Department of Education go to the school to teach a particular concept? Or in how many in 11th or 12th class to teach physics, a professor of physics go to the school within the campus to teach physics? I would like to quote the example of in a university to teach pedagogic courses, for example, mathematics, physics, chemistry, or any discipline. If you don't possess 20 years of teaching experience, you are not allowed to teach. Only the veteran people in that field are allowed to teach at the pedagogic level. So people are asking questions, and this is a responsibility of we educationists to answer this question, not the policy and the policy maker, the government. No, I'm not saying that. Will community engagement be a part and parcel of all programs in the universities? If you ask me, as I said earlier, yes. Will there be a provision of differential community engagement program for different programs as per the nature and need of the program? Partially yes, partially no. Because it will give it will generate number of issues. And next point, it says by 2040, I have already made a point. It says that first become multidisciplinary by 2030 and secondly increase students intake by 2040. It is giving you 20 years. Today is 2020 and it is saying that by 2040 we will be able to realize this. This means you are thinking in terms of certainty and constants, not variation and variability. That in coming 20 years this will remain intact. The world will remain intact. I have worked as a director of distance education, but never this came in mind. Those faculty who are sitting in the directorate of distance education in my earlier university or in people like IGNU and others, why don't they take regular classes online? Why this idea never occurred in any system? But thanks to COVID-19 pandemic, we all are taking online classes. So now this document, as I said earlier, that it says that in online distance ODL program, online will be a compulsory component. I have some questions. When it says that why they want that HE should be the multidisciplinary, I think these points have not been taken care of well. One, for optimal use of infrastructure and resources and for the creation of, I mean, I don't understand why multidisciplinarity should be seen for optimal use of infrastructure and resources. Yes, if you say that it is there for the creation of vibrant and multidisciplinary communities, that is acceptable. But infrastructure, multiple or optimal use of infrastructure resources, and you don't have infrastructure. Forget about the optimal use of infrastructure and resources. So I'm going to summarize now. And similarly, when it says that by 2035, gross enrollment ratio in higher education, including vocational education, from 26.3% to 50%. I mean, it's almost universalizing higher education. So in 2000, by 2018, we had 26.3. It's 20. So in 2 years, it is expected that percentage might have increased. But it's a very good move. So these goals, a large part of capacity creation will be achieved by consolidating, substantially expanding, and also improving existing higher education. But it also says growth will be in both public and private institutions. And it says no profit. My simple question, how many private institutions are operating on the basis of education for no profit? We all know. And if we know that well, it means deliberately we have made this point in this policy. I'm not saying that this should not be, this should be. But is there any mechanism in place which will govern these private institutions when government financial aids will be given, that please operate on the principles of no profit, education for no profit? So people will be asking these questions. People are querying about this, right? About ODL, I have already said it is talking about the SDG 4. I'm exceeding my time limit. I'm going to take only 2 minutes now. Then it says single stream HEIs will be phased out over time. Very good move. And with immediate effect, it should be done. Friends in one of the university, which is a language university, you know, he says whenever we to ask to develop a school of education, the vice chancellor says, no, we are English and foreign language university, so we should concentrate on that only. I must say, the vision was a myopic. Similarly, this equally applicable in if the institution is the Sanskrit or India, but that way Manu has done a good job. That will become a medium, but we are going to study all the subjects and all the disciplines, and similar kind of initiatives are needed. There are many more points. As far as the regulatory system, it envisions by this policy will foster this overall culture of empowerment and autonomy to innovate. See, I always say that if you really want to bring change in any construction is concerned and the consolidation is concerned, please change the culture first. But I haven't seen enough research studies in India which have been done in the area of institutional culture. And very clearly, this says, as far as the institutionally constructing and consolidation in higher education is concerned, that the overall higher education sector will aim to be an integrated higher education system, including professional and vocational education. So, last but not the least, university, very good point. Worldwide means a multidisciplinary institution of higher learning that offers undergraduate, graduate, and PhD programs. Affiliating university, affiliating technical university, military university, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. But why this happened? We need to understand. And why policy and those people who are involved in the policy formulation and development were forced to write this? Because of, I mean, to my mind, I may be wrong, I may be right, I don't know, social and mental discriminatory hierarchies. We're obsessed by hierarchies in this country. I'm not saying the world is not obsessed by that, but in this country, people are obsessed by discriminatory hierarchies. I'm superior and you are inferior. So if you're teaching in the university, you are superior. If you're teaching in the college with the same qualification, you are inferior. This social and mental discriminatory hierarchies got embedded, unfortunately, in the field of higher education so deeply that it completely destroyed the essence of higher education. When you're saying university, university is a place for the universe of knowledge. And that's why it resulted in not only poor quality of infrastructure, but also in poor quality of teaching and research. And still I'm saying, pedagogy has to be brought into the center of higher education discourses. The epistemic dimension of pedagogic discourses are must. And pedagogy cannot be confined to science of teaching or art of teaching or techniques of teaching. It is a much more than definitions which have been mentioned in different dictionaries, friends. I'm very sorry, I have taken 4 minutes extra. Extremely sorry for that. I stop here and over to Dr. Sumin Prakash and others who are coordinating this. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be associated with all of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you are always welcome, sir. We are really thankful for your eloquent presentation. And your presentation, as I described earlier, has started many questions from the participants. And I have before me 12 questions and 1 observation. But due to paucity of time, I'm not going to take all those. Dr. Udesh Verma, he has asked so many questions, perhaps 4 questions he asked, and he wished to know that why this large number of regulatory bodies where this NEP says that minimum regulation and even removed or converted UGs to another form. He also wished to know that what do you mean by academic autonomy? Is it also financial autonomy? Autonomy means college have to generate their own money to pay staff. What does it this academic autonomy mean? And what will the future of government colleges, which open generally in rural areas, to promote education in rural areas? Definitely, they cannot be at par with NEP. Then what will happen to?
So Suminji,
he's concerned for the future of these universities. So how you see all these things, sir?
Let's take 1 question at a time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll derail myself answering this question from different perspective. First question, why so many institutions? It's these institutions are not going to work as a regulating agencies. First thing, very clear. As I said in my presentation, that each agency will have a specific goal. And that's why vertical organizations and vertical institutions are going to be created, number one. So not many, don't be confused that all these institutions are going to regulate us. No, not at all, higher education. Have different roles. As I said, NCT is now going to set the professional standards in the field of teacher education, not going to regulate how many teachers you need to have, okay, what will be the area of the building, how many classrooms you are going to have, etc., etc. Similarly, and similar things have been said about other agencies. Number two, second, academic autonomy. See, I know it's quite obvious to come in our mind that when they are going to give us academic autonomy, so they are going to talk about the financial autonomy, and maybe the government in coming time will gradually withdraw the financial help. Actually, academic autonomy, in a nutshell, I would like to say, academic autonomy means that suppose if I think as a professor or as a teacher to teach a particular concept as a part of the program, a particular course. But what happens today? Once the syllabus and curriculum is finalized, you are not allowed to do that. Like just 8 days back, one university organized this, that how to bring multidisciplinarity. So open-ended curricular structure is needed. Now what will happen? Every institutions will be allowed to have open-ended curricular structure. What does it mean? It means suppose in education, we start code number 001. Let's take only 3-digit number. So up to 1000, you can, develop the number of courses. And in that, according to the suitability of the, for example, if there are, I know 2 or 3 central universities which are called tribal universities. If they are actually tribal universities, and I have introduced a paper of theory of knowledge. Now in that theory of knowledge, and if that educational institution is in tribal area, I'll have to take care of in the minds of that tribe, in the culture of that tribes, in the society of that tribe, what is it that is called knowledge? Because knowledge is not a fixed reality. Knowledge for me, different thing. Knowledge for you will be a different thing. Why? Because tribal culture has its own distinct characteristics. Padma has done this work. Please read that work. So why educational institutions are not talking about those knowledge which they consider as the knowledge? Why they always talk about those knowledge which we consider the knowledge? Or we say, oh, this is the right form of knowledge. That's not the right form of knowledge. Knowledge is knowledge. Like medicinal understanding of the value of the plant or the plant, right? These things have to be included. Autonomy means institution will be free to design its own academic courses. It's at the curricular structure, maybe the school and the department. Similarly, the universities will have freedom to do that. Like I remember, I was in a meeting with the HRD 3 years back, and one IIT wanted to start a school of education. I'll not name, she's a very good friend of mine, and she objected to that. No, IIT should not be allowed to start a school of education. That's wrong. So when you're talking academic autonomy, I think NP that you'll have academic autonomy, sole property of university A or B. Any institution, higher education institution, can start a school of education. This is what I would like to say there. And then there are, the modes of autonomy, financial autonomy. I'm not entering into that. So many questions you have asked. Please, maybe next time. Yes, Suminji.
Yeah, definitely. Since there are a long list of questions, so I will send these questions to you, sir, so that we can have future discussion. Yeah, I will. I would like to end this discussion with one of my observation that in this policy, equity is considered as the driving force right from the very beginning. However, its dimensions are not mentioned, and especially if we talk about its social correlates. So I personally feel that these need to be further elaborated and discussed in the future, so that we can really decode how this equity is going to be the driving force of this policy. So this observation, sir, I'm really very thankful to you that despite your busy schedule, you managed to be present with us whole day yesterday and today also you are. And I would like to express heartfelt thanks on the behalf of department and the university. And I would like to invite you in the valedictory function also, scheduled to be start from 3 p.m. And one more thing that this time you shown your presence through this virtual mode, and in the last 4-5 months before, we got the chance to invite over here. You were physically present there. But sir, I can assure that not that much, but even though we felt the vibrations of your presence. So once again, thanks on the behalf of department and the whole committee of this national webinar, sir, and on the behalf of esteemed participants also. The questions and the responses they put over in the chat box shows that how much they liked your presentation and the way you brainstormed their mind. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Suminji. Thanks to Kesang, and thanks to all members of the faculty. Professor Acharya is, I'm seeing him, and many others. Thanksing is there.
Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure, and that will do. Yes, now Professor Langdim is also visible here. Thanks to all, and thank you so much for giving this opportunity. I'll be present in both the coming next session. Thank you so much. It's wonderful.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We look forward for your future association with you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Bye-bye and take care.
So dear participants, we are going to have 15 minutes break now.
Thank you, sir.
We are going to have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Dear participants, we are going to have 15 minutes break. We'll come back sharp at 2. We are going to start our last technical session at 2 p.m. Be there. Join us 5 minutes before.
Okay.
You can be in the line, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to get the feedback link, ma'am, to submit.
We'll send, no problem. Don't worry about the feedback link. We'll send.
Okay,
no problem.
We will share in the chat box.
Because we have submitted already chat box.
Don't worry about the feedback.
You have already sent.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, be in the meeting, and we will start the next function at 1:55 sharp. Once again, thanks for your presence, cooperation.
Sumin. Hello, Sumin. Hello, Sumin.
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
If they don't sign out, that would be. If they don't leave the meeting, that would be good because our next resource person is ready.
Okay. Dear esteemed participants, I once again request that we are not signing off from this meeting. So this meeting will continue. Please be there. And by the meantime, by 1:55, you please ensure to join, and in between, you have your lunch. Thank you.
What is the time? What is the actual time of link? Please clear. Hello.
What, sir?
Sir, what is the actual time of feedback link? Please clearly.
We are going to assemble here at 1:55. Our next resource person is ready with us, so that's why we are not ending this meeting. We will start at 1:55 sharp.
At about 3 p.m. Third link.
No, next technical.
That will be the validity function. I am referring to the technical session.
the last technical session.
The last
Yes, sir.
technical session.
Very, very long time. How it is possible?
Okay.
कि हम अपने छात्रों को समाज सेवा के लिए तैयार करें, जागरूकता
జలుబా రోజు వస్తుందిగా ముక్కు అలాగే అలా పళ్ళు బాగాలేదు కదా మొక్కలు చేయాలి
Hello, sir. Welcome, Prasanna, sir. Hello. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good
I can't
afternoon,
hear
sir.
you.
Welcome, sir. Rina. Dr. Rina.
Yeah. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay. Sometimes there will be some problem because network is sometimes not okay.
Okay, sir.
There is a problem with the network. You should let me know so that I will shift to my cell phone.
Okay, sir. Sure,
It
sure.
will not create any problem.
Yes, sir. Dr. Rina will be the moderator for this technical session. Rina. Rina. Rina.
Sublead అనేది రైట్ మెథడ్ సబ్మిట్ దాని చెప్పు సబ్బు అలాంటి పోస్ట్ పెట్టు సర్కులర్ వేసేసి వేడి ఇవ్వాలి
हेलो भाई लोग कैसे हो? मैं हूँ अजहर। आप लोग देख रहे हो टोटल गेम का यूट्यूब चैनल। तो आज अपन खेलने वाले हैं डुओ।
Dr. Rina. Rina. Hello, Rina. Hello, Rina. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Nishan, unmute yourself.
Yes.
Yes.
Now I think you have unmuted.
Yeah. Rina, please.
So we begin the next technical session. First, Dr. Rina, Madam, Associate Professor, Department of Education, to take care of the session. Over to you, ma'am.
So, very good afternoon, everyone. I, on behalf of Department of Education, would like to welcome one and all in this 7th technical session. Dear participants, in this session, we are very fortunate to have an eminent speaker who will be leading on the topic NEP 2020, Making Education India Center. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our resource person, Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar sir in our midst. Sir, welcome you, sir. Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar sir has done his PhD in education with basic degree in social work and master's degrees in sociology, public administration, and political science. He has professional education in environmental economics, public relations, communication, training, and development. As chairman of MJNCRE, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education, he strives to promote resilient rural India through higher education intervention. MJNCRE designs, develops, and promotes curriculum inputs for higher education programs offered by universities and autonomous institutions in India. The higher education streams of focus for MJNCR includes rural studies, rural development, rural management, social work, and education. The curriculum inputs are both theoretical and practical fields relevant to rural India. Sir was trained in community consultation for developmental projects in IPA, Victoria, Australia in the year 1997, trained as State Chief Information Officer by IIM Ahmedabad and MCRHRDI Management Technique by JICA, that is Japan, in 2011. He was awarded West State Nodal Officer of National Green Corps Award from Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi in the year 2008, Jal Mitra Award from Earthwatch Institute of India, and Water Aid, New Delhi in the year 2014. With this brief information of Sir, may I invite our resource person, Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar, Sir, to deliver his talk to our participant. Over to you, Sir.
Sir, unmute
Sir,
yourself. Sir, we can't hear you.
Yeah, now you can hear me.
Yes,
sir.
Right. So this is a regular training that happens for every speaker, right? Thank you for training me properly. Yeah. Thank you very much, Rajiv Gandhi University and Department of Education in Rajiv Gandhi University. I have very high regard for both the university as well as the Department of Education. In fact, I look forward for many things from the department as well as university. This is one university which is very, very dear to my heart, and the people here are so friendly. It's like, more like home. If at all there is any other place which is apart from my home, which is home, that is Rajiv Gandhi University. And if at all there is any other family which is not the family with which I live, then that family which I belong to or I am proud of belonging to is Rajiv Gandhi University family. I have wonderful memories of the place. In fact, this is one university I visited 3 times. And the departments are wonderful, and the way the staff is structured and the relationships they maintain, the professionalism they have, they all make it one of the best departments to work with and look forward to work with. So thank you very much, Elizabeth Madam and the head of the department and other friends from the university. We are meeting at a time when we are all enjoying something which is unique, something which has never been thought of, and something which has actually stunned many people. But this is something for which we were actually dreaming for. In fact, Gandhiji dreamt of it in 1937. It took so many years for Gandhiji's dream to come to reality. Actually, to look at what this country requires and what is that we can give as education. Did we all these years look at what is required for this country in terms of educational input? Are we preparing this country or are we supporting this country? Huge country, which is, we call it as a subcontinent, but in fact, we are bigger than many continents in terms of their population as well as the diversity that we have. So National Educational Policy 2020 respects the diversity and local context. This is fantastic aspect of it. If there are stories which are there local to Itanagar, you carry those stories into the classroom. If there are experiences which are very, very near to Doimuk, where the campus is required, campus is located, you carry those experiences which are in the neighborhood of Doimuk. So you take the experiences of the local area and get them into the classroom. That is something which is very unique about this national educational policy. So you localize it. So when you get it to the classroom, you get it to the classroom with the language of the area. That is a fantastic aspect of it. So what the student looks at or observes or get experienced or is part of at home is part of education. Is it not fantastic that what we experience is called as education? Till today, what is there in the text is called as education. But what we experience at home with our friends, relatives, family members, parents, if that can be curriculum, if that can be education, if what my father does and my neighbor does is also education, what I want to be looking at one of my neighbor is also education. And if I am learning what to do, if I am learning what I am excited about, if I am excited about cycle, and if I learn about cycle, if that can be part of curriculum, what a wonderful opportunity it is. Any curriculum, any policy is as good as its implementation. So friends, this is a 100% India-centered policy. The pedagogy of storytelling, the pedagogy of experiencing, the pedagogy of doing work and learning from work, the pedagogy of integrating the knowledge, that is the most important feature of this education policy. It looks at equity and inclusion. In a class of 40 people or 50 people, if we are looking at the benefit which the last person in the class, by way of the present education systems, evaluation methodology, if that last person also can be benefited, that is the education policy. This is the basic talisman which Gandhiji wanted any policy to have, and that policy is that is what this policy is looking at. It is not looking at the first fellow in the class. First fellow in the class will anyway excel. This is looking at the last fellow in the class. If that last fellow can become more competent, look at the competencies of that person and build on the competencies of the person and build on the experience of the person. Consider that every person is educated. This policy looks at every person as educated. This policy doesn't condemn people as uneducated. Our experience is considered as education. When our experience of our parents, our neighborhood is brought into the classroom, it is considering and giving value to everything which happens in and around us. That's a fantastic aspect of this particular policy. Gandhiji wanted the salaries of the school teachers to come from the community. The community should recognize the value of the service done by the teachers and then pay for it. That, of course, our ideologies are those fellows, those people who had carved out the way the educational infrastructure will work. Their ideologies did not match this. Their ideologies were promoting a state-sponsored education where the educational system is not responsible to anybody but to an invisible thing called a state. It is not responsible, it is not responsive to the needs of the community. From there, here we are having the participation of community which is ingrained into it, encouraging and facilitating the philanthropic, private and community participation. This is where the teachers' salaries are paid by the community. Friends, please understand that the number of people who are in the government sector working as teachers is minuscule, not even 1%. This policy should not aim at that 1%, it should aim at the 99 plus 1%. This is about those people who were during this lockdown, they became unemployed, unemployable. So they are starving. If the community has not taken care of the people around, that is when the migration happened. That is how we have seen the large scale migration. If the urban communities, if the rural communities do not take care of the people who are there, who have been providing service to them, then what type of community have you built? What type of nationality have you built? we have become insulated. If the education system has become insulated from the neighborhood and wants to be sponsored by the state in a way that they are not responsible to the local neighborhood, this is a treachery, this is a cheating. So this is first time that you are asking for the community participation. A tailor comes to the classroom and takes the class, and he trains, he conducts the class, he gives the marks also, he evaluates. A tailor, a carpenter, or any person who's in the neighborhood, a shopkeeper in the neighborhood can come and teach the mathematics there, can teach the commerce there. What type of commerce have we learned? Commerce, does this country require commerce or do we require entrepreneurship? We have not learned entrepreneurship and we have called commerce, BCom. And in fact, it has become CALM, Language barriers are huge language barriers we have erected in a way that people who cannot speak English are condemned as uneducated. Even if they have had greatest experience of the life and they are ready to share that experience, we condemn them as uneducated because they can't speak in English. How does it matter? When I wanted Nahi Talim book to be made, I wanted it to be made in Adi and Nishi languages, local languages. What people speak should be the text. Because the text, language has a culture in it. Is there a language which is bereft of culture? If we are not taking the local culture into the context, then we are not taking the educational background or educational context. Here is an opportunity for educational planning and management in this national educational policy in a way that you are drawing from the local experience, local knowledge, local genre, local cultural issues. First time we are saying that don't even have bag-free days. So that you can work with the plants there, you can work with the soil there, you can work with the people there. You go and talk to your people. 10 days, no bag day. They will do a project. School students doing a project in a way that they are not creating material, but also creating human interactions, learning from field. It is not about learning for exams, it is not about learning by rote method, it is by experience. Each student has unique capabilities. They may be very good in sports. Sports also get marks. They are not extracurricular. They are not co-curricular. They are curricular. I've been interacting with the physical education teacher. They always want this. They complain about this issue. They're unhappy that sports do not get value, and the overall development of the student means sports and cultural activities. There is no drawing is not given value. Sports are not given value. Drama, dance are not given value. Expression of human being is made possible through dance, drama, and sports. We always say that we don't get a lot of awards in Olympics. We do not have awards at national and international levels. Why do we not have these awards? Because they are not considered as education. Once you get them into education, you will have sportsmen across the country who will be coming from the school, who will consider sports also as an important component of overall development of a student. So dance, drama, sports, drawing, painting, these have been there as an additionality. No, not an additionality, they have to be integral. Learning through a language at the child level, that is actually rooted in what we are looking at, what we need in this country. So many languages, we have official languages, we have so many unofficial languages also, which are local languages. The mother tongue. We have given away mother tongue and we have taken in the other tongue. This other tongue makes many people uneducated even if they are able to handle their life very well. A person who can handle their life very well is called as most educated, right? If that person is considered as uneducated, that means the definition of education will also have to change. That is the context in which the national education policy has come. It is completely rooted in this country's needs. With thousands of subcultures, thousands of subcultural languages and experiences are brought into the classroom. It also promotes critical thinking. logical decision making. You have problem solving in the classroom. Research-based education, right? This educational policy for the first time is saying education is learning to learn. Education is not just learning. If we learn to learn, we learn what is required when it is required. This is an extraordinary component of this educational policy. Every day new knowledge is unfolding. So old knowledge gives place to the new knowledge, right? So if old knowledge gives place to the new knowledge, why should we read the old textbook? Do we read the economics book which is printed in 1976? No, not at all. We read the latest version of the book. Same book, the latest version is the updated version. So how do we learn? Learning to learn is the most important component of this educational policy. Friends, we just have an educational policy. We are going to have a curriculum framework. The curriculum framework will have to be done by 21 and 22 will have to have the curriculum in place and we'll be implementing the curriculum and the fruits of the curriculum will start pouring out from 25 onwards and 30 we will almost have a changed curriculum in place. So we are talking about 30 years, 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, 1 year hence. Various levels of requirement of this country in terms of evolution of education policy are incorporated in it. Friends, this education should be experiential, holistic, integrated, inquiry-driven. That is what this policy is looking at. We have been talking about learner-centered education. How much did we go learner-centered? Enjoyable learning. Is our education enjoyable? It's boring, it is frustrating, it is torturing. Do we produce contributing citizens or acquiring citizens? After going through this education, what are we finally preparing? Are we preparing people who can contribute to this nation, create something for this nation, or seek something from this nation, or acquire something from this nation? This is not acquisitive in nature. It is looking at contribution. Friends, with the ideologies that have perpetuated in the education sector since independence, what we have done is we made work useless. We made worker useless. We told workers of the world, unite and struggle, so strike. We made the work strike. Work is equal to strike. We killed the public sector, which we grandly inaugurated. We killed the private sector in this country by our unionism. We made our people irresponsible. Our workers became irresponsible. Our management became irresponsible. Industry became irresponsible. From that situation, if work is to be respected, work is to be learned in the classroom, if work becomes the center of learning, then we develop something called as dignity of labor. Do we have dignity of labor? We have scores, lakhs, crores of people who are there in villages who come back from the education after their graduation. They don't want to touch the agriculture, they don't want to touch animal husbandry, they don't want to touch any fish or any of these animals, birds. They don't want to work with the plants, they don't want to work with the neighbors, they don't want to work with their own communities. And they want a job which is white paper making into black. That is the type of education that we have given. From there, we are looking at educated, productive, engaged people who are contributing citizens, who are rights, not just rights conscious, but who are duties conscious. Getting the alumni of the student, earlier students to come into the classroom, getting the community to come into the classroom, help the students to learn. This is what is expected. Senior citizens are there, get them into the classroom, get them, take their support. It is, education doesn't stop in the school, nor does it start in the school. Get those people who are otherwise disconnected, connected to the community through the schools. That is what is the base of this present education policy. So we get the volunteers, we get retired scientists, government servants who are retired semi-government people, alumni and educators who will be part of the development of the school and development of the education system. They can contribute. It is not about the acquisition as I mentioned. This is an education policy which is rooted in this country's needs. Experiential learning component is to be incorporated in each education, each subject. Mathematics is to be taught in education which is experiential. If we cannot calculate the area of a room by physically measuring the length and breadth and multiplying the length and breadth, knowing L into B is equal to area of a rectangle is useless, immaterial, non-functional. We have got this mathematics of time and speed. This time and work made us insensitive to work requirements, insensitive to understanding. If a vehicle travels 100 kilometers in 1 hour, how many kilometers can it travel in 2 hours? But the road is not the same. The traveling is not the same. The terrain is not the same. The reality is not the same as the mathematical calculation is. Getting to know the nuances of changing road conditions, changing time and speed, changing work conditions. If a person can pull one cart for 2 kilometers in 1 hour, how many kilometers can he pull the same cart in 8 hours? You multiply into and then you get. No! After 2 hours, his speed will reduce. After 3 hours, it will further reduce. In the last hour, it will be much less. Getting to know the reality and creating mathematics from the reality is more important than creating mathematics which is conceptual in nature and trying to apply the mathematics. You have lifted 10 loads in 1 hour. Now, in 8 hours, you lift 80 loads. No, it is not possible. In 8 hours, you cannot lift 80 loads. Your speed of lifting the loads reduces every hour. So our education is not based on the reality, not based on the experience. Every child knows about lactobacilli. They also know about how the milk forms into curd. But you ask any child to make curd, set the milk into curd, they fail miserably because they do not know what is the heat at which they have to set the curd. What is the milk heat in summer? What is the milk heat to be in winter? And how are we supposed to set the curd? How much curd for how much? Ratios and proportions we have learned like hell, but we have not utilized the ratios and proportions in the life. The grandmother who knows how to prepare a pickle of 100 mangoes or 5 mangoes or 6 mangoes or 4 limes or 50 limes with right proportion of salt and chili powder is more educated than the fellow who knows mathematical calculations but he miserably fails in actually making a pickle. A papad or a sweet. So friends, the education should be rooted in reality. That is what is this present education system working on. The reality of this nation. We have so many varieties, so many backgrounds, so many nooks and corners, very densely populated areas, very sparsely populated areas, hill areas, Himalayas, and the sea areas. All those experiences of Himalayas, all those experiences of sea areas will have to get into the classroom. Probably pisciculture should be part of the school education in the water-borne areas, whereas the dry fruit cultivation or the horticulture should be part of the education, part of the lessons even in the hill areas. That possibility is available in this present education. Nobody feels that my country doesn't doesn't satisfy my need for expression, my need for learning. It doesn't give that education which is required for my area. That question is now erased. That point is now erased with the possibility of local language and local issues getting an opportunity to be part of the education system. When you are saying bag free, you are saying book free. If you are bag free and book free, what are you with? You are with your community, you are with your classmates, you are with your neighborhood. So when you are talking about hands-on learning, art integrated learning, or sports integrated learning, or education, storytelling based pedagogy, what are you saying? You are getting the local stories, your grandmother's, grandfather's stories into the classroom, into the textbook, into the learning methodology. Through sports is completely mathematics, sports is science, art is science, any painting is science, it has ratios and proportions. It has mixture of colors. It has lines, it has geometry in it. If you are not able to understand, if you are not able to decipher the knowledge of geometry from the art, then we are not learning geometry, nor are we learning arts properly. So this present educational policy gives an opportunity to treat from commerce to sciences to management to humanities to anything, from vocational to academic. You can shift from here to here as per your changing needs, as per the changing needs of this community, as per the evolving requirements of the community or the nation. So arts, crafts, professional skills, vocational skills, physical education, they become integrated. And what is safe at that particular age is integrated, not everything. So that makes the student directly connect with the community. माँ बाप पूछेंगे, माँ बाप जानेंगे, माँ बाप ये समझेंगे कि हमारा बच्चा जो पढ़ता है वो हमारे लिए सही है. हम जो करते हैं उसके बारे में बच्चा पढ़ता है. The child gets involved in the neighborhood issues, neighborhood aspects, the parents aspects, parents work in a way that he utilizes his knowledge in the classroom and tries and improves upon what is happening at home. Not only just learning from them, but also being a researcher. What are we producing in this country? We don't produce any technologies these days. We borrow things, we buy things from outside. We have a neighbor who promotes ideology of striking work in our country, but is merciless when it comes to taking work from its own citizens. And they have built a technological empire which is par excellence just because they have focused on the work, but they have made us to divert from work. And that neighbor has entered into every area of our country's education system in a way that we think that what those people are saying is actually education. In fact, it is diversion from work, diversion from our national needs, diversion from what are requirements, diversion from our being employed, our diversion from our being self-employed and entrepreneur. This is a danger that we have recognized and we are trying to address that, so that we become self-led. Gandhi ji ne kya kaha tha? जहां तक हमारे कैपेसिटी है, जहां तक हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज है, वहां तक हमको आत्मनिर्भर रहना है. We have to be self-reliant. That which you can produce more for the world, produce more and give it to the world and get what you cannot produce from elsewhere. But you try and harness your resources in a way that your people are employed. This is an educational policy which is rooted in this country's needs. गांधी जी को अगर पहली बार हम कोई विधान में देखना है, वो हम इसमें देखेंगे, नई शिक्षा नीति में देखेंगे. ये एक ही नीति है जहां पर हम गांधी जी को पहली बार इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिया में कहीं देख रहे हैं, which has national significance. So when the textbooks are made in the local languages, when the skills are required skills are given as per the requirement of the local area, of course the scientific temper will be built. So friends, it is important for us to learn, but learn how to learn. And that fundamental duties, citizenship skills and values, they have to be integrated along with the environmental awareness aspects, including water and resource conservation. हम लोग क्या देश भर में हर जगह पर जाके आज के दिन में सैनिटेशन इसी के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं ना, स्वच्छता के बारे में क्यों बात कर रहे हैं? क्यों आज के दिन में इतना जरूरत हो गया? क्यों स्वच्छता आज के दिन तक हमारे किताब में नहीं है, हमारे काम में नहीं है, हमारी पढ़ाई में नहीं है? क्यों नहीं है? अगर स्वच्छता ही एजुकेशन नहीं है तो और कुछ भी एजुकेशन नहीं है. अगर काम ही एजुकेशन नहीं है तो कोई और एजुकेशन नहीं है. If we are not connected to our people, our communities through our education, then we are not connected to anybody or any work. And what is that when we are not connected, when we are disconnected for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, 20 years by way of our education, do you think the community will be interested in us? Definitely not. If we are interested in this nation, all these years, and if we are connected through our education, by our pursuit of education, by daily things happening around, and contributing to them and learning from them and getting them into the classroom, learning from them in the classroom, and going to them and learning from them and participating in their work, that is when they think that this education is for them. That is when the community recognizes the importance of education. That is when they pay the salaries of the teachers also. The salaries paid by the government for the teachers is minimal when compared to the number of people, number of teachers who are there in the private sector who are paid money by the people itself directly through their tuition fee. So friends, this educational policy is rooted in this country and the fruits will come into this country. यहाँ का झाड़ बाजू का घर में शायद थोड़ा फल देगा, लेकिन हमारे लिए फल देगा. हमारा घर का झाड़ है. Our educational policies, the National Educational Policy 2020 is focused on that. अरे पहली बार हमने फन कोर्स करने के लिए बताया है. Have a fun course of 6 to 8 classes, for 6 to 8 classes, which gives a hands-on opportunity for survey and experience on the field. उसमें वोकेशनल क्राफ्ट भी हो, कारपेंट्री भी हो, इलेक्ट्रिकल वर्क भी हो, मेटल वर्क. अरे आज के दिन में फ्यूज बनाना नहीं आता, बल्ब लगाना नहीं आता, ट्यूबलाइट चेंज करना नहीं आता, फैन लगाना नहीं आता. If that is education, then if we are disconnected so much that we are incompetent to do anything which are required at home, then that is uneducation, not education. From uneducation which is happening in the schools to education which is happening in the world, we are traveling. That is the National Education Policy, which is 100% rooted in this country's requirements, and it is India-centered. हमारे देश के लिए क्या चाहिए वो बनाएगा, यहाँ पर देश के लिए क्या चाहिए वो सीखेगा. India-centered. It is not West-centered. It is not our neighbor-centered. It doesn't look at India from the neighbor's perspective or the books written by our neighbor or books written by the neighbor's influence. It looks at this country as a country which has contributed to knowledge, contributed to wisdom of the world. When the students get into internship opportunities from class 6 onwards, they are connected to what is happening in the neighborhood. Including during their holidays, they get connected to what is happening in the neighborhood. So they learn what they are not like broiler hen or broiler chicks which are there in the poultry farm. They are like the chick and cock which are there around us, the hen which are around us. So that is when we have national sportsmen who will compete at the international level and get awards for this country. We'll have scientists who will compete at the international level, but who will be rooted in this country. Who will be doing the tasks which this country has in front of us, the challenges which we have in front of us. The visit to the neighborhood makes a huge difference. उसको तो कभी तक हमने एजुकेशन नहीं बोला है ना. गार्डनर, कारपेंटर, पॉटर, आर्टिस्ट को कभी हमने टीचर कहा क्या? वो भी टीचर है. So that is what we are trying to look at from this educational policy, friends. Multiple pathways, not a single pathway. There are only 3 pathways: one commerce pathway, one science pathway, one maths pathway. From there to integration. And you have opportunities. कहीं किसी को 10th में छोड़ना है, कभी इंटर में छोड़ना है, कभी प्लस में छोड़ना है, कभी +1 में, +2 में, +3 में कहीं छोड़ना है, वहीं छोड़ सकता है, डिवाइड कर सकता है. पहले एक सर्टिफिकेट ले लो, यहाँ तक जहाँ तक पढ़ा है वहां तक एक सर्टिफिकेट ले लो, फिर बाद में और कुछ पढ़ो, उसका भी सर्टिफिकेट ले लो, फिर बाद में और टाइम मिलता है और भी पढ़ो. नहीं पढ़ना है छोड़ो. ये क्या जबरन बिठा के पढ़ाना है? अरे रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड टीचिंग लर्निंग or research-oriented graduation is something which is extraordinary in this. This country requires people who are research-oriented and rooted in the country and who are focused on experience. ये 4 year वाली डिग्री है ना, जिससे बच्चा कामयाब होता है, and he can go into research directly. He can pursue PhD also with that. Because he's got a year-long experience of doing research and getting acquainted with research methodology course and practice of research methodology. Friends, this educational policy is what this country was looking for. We were looking at access to everybody. जो डरता है, क्यों डरता है? क्यों डरता है स्कूल को जाने के लिए? क्योंकि स्कूल में जो भाषा बोलती है, जो चीज बताते हैं, वो तो उनका दिन में, उनका अराउंड में नहीं है. He or she is not experiencing that. It is not about the first fellow in the class जो पढ़ सकता है वो पढ़ाएंगे. नहीं, लास्ट फेलो जो पढ़ सकता है उसी को पढ़ाना है. सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स हमें 2020 तक पूरा दुनिया के सामने रखा है, वो पूरा उसको इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं पहली बार. और ये भी बात बोल रहे हैं कि 3री क्लास से पहले हम बच्चे फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी और न्यूमरेसी ले, लिखना पढ़ना सब आ जाता है, फिर बाद में जिंदगी जीना सीखना है. Then drawing resources from the neighborhood. Not everybody will have the best faculty. There is a best faculty in the neighborhood. Get that person and take his benefit. Give that institution your expert. Like that, you have a multiple intelligence sitting in the same way, multiple capacity people available in different places. And draw from their capacities, draw from them and support your country. So, this educational policy is rooted in the needs of this country. So friends, I would like to stop at this and look at the possibility of all of us getting involved in the development of national curricular framework for the schools, for the teacher education, for technical education, for general education. In that curricular framework, we need to play our role and see that they also are India-centric. Next, we need to get into the curriculum development. After the framework is developed, the 2022 year is the most important year in our history of education. So we need to get these curricular frameworks into curriculums. National curriculum we need to build. When we are building the national curriculum, we have to see whether whatever we are studying is rooted in this country or not. Is it going to give fruit to this country or not? If it is neither rooted nor is it going to fruit this country, then no. We need to reject that baggage which is there on our textbook, on our computers, on our minds. We need to get rid of that baggage so that we are rooted and we are supporting our country's needs. So curricular framework, curriculum development, and then curriculum transaction. That is where we have the challenge. That is where we need to integrate. We need to accept that our neighborhood has knowledge. Our neighborhood can educate us. That is what we have to accept. And we have to give access to the neighborhood in a way that they participate in our education, in a way that we contribute to them and they contribute to us. So when we are saying this, early childhood education should be integrated in the school system, what are we saying? That when you have nuclear families, when you have small families, you do not get to learn many things which you need to learn from your grandparents, from your parents, at home because there are no siblings. Many places there are no siblings. The opportunity of learning from the home is transferred. The responsibility is transferred to a larger community. And that learning is a gradual learning. You learn from your seniors, your juniors, your different levels of people. That is where you are integrating. You are integrating the functions presently performed by the urban development, rural development, and the women welfare departments through these Anganwadis and those centers, getting that integrated into education so that what is required and what is possible at every level is integrated. We learn about early childhood methodology, education methodology, and that gets integrated. So, reduction of curriculum by way of including the core essentials only, by way of including the vocational aspects. Vocational aspects आज तक कैसे देखा हमने? जिसको पढ़ना नहीं आता उसको वोकेशन सिखाना है, ऐसा है क्या? जिसको वोकेशन आता है उसको पढ़ाना है. Vocation is more important than your पढ़ना. Your पढ़ना लिखना will help only one fellow in your class maximum. Have seen several of the state universities last 10 years में कोई recruitment नहीं है. तो last 10 years में जो gold medal पैदा हुए कॉलेज में से, यूनिवर्सिटीज में से, last 10 years में जो PhD पैदा हुए, वो कहाँ गए? recruitment नहीं है उनको, एरिया ही नहीं है. Both Andhra and Telangana, including Uttar Pradesh type of university states, we have not recruited anybody. Many universities are bereft of faculties. 250 faculty का strength है, 25 लोग हैं. There are universities which are run with 7 people. 7 people is primary school, but there are universities which are being run with 7 people. Public universities, government universities. क्योंकि वो लोग जो पढ़ाते हैं, जो पढ़ने वाले नहीं है कोई भी. What is required? They will not teach. Whatever I have learned, I will teach. From that to learning to learn is important, so that every day you are learning. That starts from the teachers first. आज के दिन में रिसर्च स्कॉलर को रिसर्च करके कोई प्रोड्यूस करता है, थीसिस कॉलेज में यूनिवर्सिटी में दे देता है, and that is in the library. Then suddenly he becomes a faculty member. He doesn't have skills of teaching. He doesn't have skills of research either. So PhD coursework में compulsory है teaching learning करना है, and then also do the practice in the classroom. That has become integrated. That's an important component of this national educational policy. So that we have the teachers who are competent to handle classes, teachers who are rooted, who know about the local experiences, and who get them into the classroom. Friends, this is an opportunity. This national educational policy gives an opportunity for us to be rooted in this country and give roots for this country. Legal education में आजकल जो कोर्ट कचहरी में काम चलता है, what is the language we use? We use English only. जो इंसाफ मांगने जाते हैं, those people talk in different languages. But the person who is talking, the lawyer is talking in English and the judge is giving judgment in English. तो इनको समझ में ही नहीं आता, वो भी इतना कठिन भाषा होती है. That is very, very difficult. So learning language, learning law in mother tongue also is introduced in this educational policy. Not only learning law, but also transacting law in the court kacheri is to be done parallelly in two languages. Textbooks भी 2 language का textbook बनाना है. English भी हो और उसके साथ में local language भी हो. आधी language क्यों नहीं हो? Why should we not have Nishi language? Why should we not have so many dialects which are there in Arunachal Pradesh as the texts? उसका भी लिखो ऊपर. The child immediately gets a picture of what we are talking about. So, multilingual learning and going across the curriculum from one subject area to other area, weight and getting into experiential learning. So many things, all these things are requirement for this country. This country requires people who are entrepreneurs, people who can create jobs, people who can create issues of importance are handled by them. People who can actually create employment by way of new companies, new factories, new occupations, new vocations. That is what is this national educational policy aiming at. Friends, it is required that we learn the key aspects of it and utilize these key aspects in a way that they would address the needs that the presently nation is facing. Address the challenges which the present society is looking for. The responses that the present society is looking for the challenges that it is facing are located in the educational policy. So we need to take inspiration from our past, from our leaders, from those people who excelled in this country and contribute to the country's constitutional values, and based on the traditional Indian knowledge systems, we integrate the indigenous knowledge, tribal knowledge, we get it into the scientific parlance. So many tribal and ethno-medical practices are there. Get them into the classroom, get them into the textbook. This educational policy is talking about allopaths learning, allopathy people learning naturopathy, local medicine, tribal medicine, Ayurveda, Unani. And Ayurveda, Unani also learning Siddha, all these alternate medicines, learning some important critical aspects of allopathy. That type of integration is what is looked at. Agricultural education in a way that agriculture becomes a profession. Agriculture gives value, is valued. Today, जो भी पढ़ता है वो खेती बाड़ी नहीं करता है. खेती बाड़ी is not called as education or work. And those people who get educated, 90% of the universities in this country are agricultural universities. But the research they do and the number of people it contributes and the amount of knowledge which is generated, which is locally useful, if you are looking at it, then we have to really have a relook. That is what this new educational policy is looking at. So friends, vocational education, professional education, integrating agriculture in the school level education is required, so that when the child is looking at what is happening as the mother or father buying the vegetables or selling the vegetables or selling the grains or buying the grains or cooking the grains, cooking food, they know what is happening and where this material is coming from, how that is priced, how that is produced. So friends, there is this call coming from your neighborhood social work department, who by chance have accidentally scheduled my interaction with them also parallelly at this time. So I would close with this point that integrating the local knowledge and traditional and emerging technologies with agricultural knowledge and having agricultural technology parks by which people are exposed to technology and their incubation of technologies can happen and dissemination of these technologies and sustainable methodologies is part of this present educational policy. So when agriculture is integrated into the education, then it gets actually rooted very well. And the child's experience become classroom, and classroom learning becomes a child's experience. And the child learns how to learn because he is looking at the challenges which his neighborhood, his parents, his neighbors are facing or trying to address. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University, for giving me this opportunity of interacting with you.
Sir, thank you so much for really enlightening. You have enlightened our participant with such a vibrant talk that it really brought a lot of experience, practical experience. Like, sir, we have some question from a participant. Question from Deva Priya. Sir, what kind of pedagogy do we think requires to be implemented in
indigenization.
There is some drag in your voice.
Nina, your voice is not clear.
Okay, sir, I'll read once again. What kind of pedagogy do you think requires to be implemented in school education to promote Indianization, which is rooted in the new policy?
The present new policy is
looking at experiential learning or work as a base for learning anything. Vocation as a base for learning, which means that vocation will have to be integrated into your teaching learning methodologies which you are adopting for mathematics, science, social studies, language. Today your social studies methodology doesn't have experiential learning component. You have experimental learning component in the science, not experiential learning component. What is required is experiential learning. That is what work is happening. You have to learn from the work, the principles of science, principles of working. The knowledge will have to be driven out of the or derived out of the experience that is happening, whether it is science knowledge or social studies knowledge or maths knowledge or language knowledge. This is by getting what is in the neighborhood experience into the classroom. You are learning things in a different fashion. You are not just going by the principles, but you are going with the practices which are found in the neighborhood. That is the integration which is required. Presently, we are at best, we are talking about experimental knowledge, experimental learning, not experiential learning. वो एक्सपेरिमेंट में ये एसिड को वो एसिड मिलाना, ये साल्ट को वो साल्ट मिलाना, वो पूरा मिलाएगा, वो कलर देखेगा, चेंज होगा, बट उससे क्या फायदा है उसको तो नहीं मालूम. So from that, what is happening in the neighborhood or in life, getting that into the classroom is what we are looking at. That is required as a methodology in the new educational policy or national educational policy. ये गांधी जी का जो नई तालीम था ना, head, heart and hand, your cognitive, affective and psychomotor domains integrating into learning. That is what this educational policy is talking about. Till now, we have been talking about an educational policy which is bereft of hand, bereft of psychomotor. It is only at best maximum once in a while we touch affective. It is only cognitive. From cognitive to affective to psychomotor, all these three which are required are brought into your methodology of learning of every subject, of every course we are going through, whether it is at the school level, at the primary school level, or later on at the +2 level or +4 level. Right? Thank you. Actually, your neighbor social work department.
Sir, we have a sir. Yes, sir. I think one more question. Last question, sir.
Yeah, please.
It's a question from Dr. Sumin Prakash. Okay. In the in democratic regime that we have, government are responsible towards people, and so the education is very much a part of that response to the people of this country. How can we say that education is not responsible towards the community? Is it not withdrawing on the part of government from the responsibilities?
The responsibility of the governance will always be there. So when we are saying responsibility of the government, are we thinking that government of India is a responsible government, or the government which has a responsibility? Are you talking about your ward committee having the responsibility? If your ward committee is also having the responsibility, that is what I am talking about. The question is coming from this point that a state government is responsible or a national government is responsible for the education system or for handling the, basically the question is about who should pay the salary of the staff, of the teachers. Yes, people who have the money should pay the staff at different levels. If you are running a national school, national government will pay. If you are running a state school, state government will pay. But if you are running a local school, local government will pay. When your local government doesn't have resources, then the local people will pay. People after all is government. Democracy में people को अलग से नहीं देखना है government को और government structure से. Community, civil society को और state को अलग से नहीं करना है. Democracy में दोनों को साथ में काम करना है. आज के दिन में हम लोग ये चाइनीज कोविड-19 का जो हम आज फेस कर रहे हैं उसमें स्टेट जितना काम कर रहा है उससे ज्यादा सोसाइटी सिविल सोसाइटी काम कर रहा है. वी कांट से दैट स्टेट का काम है भाई हम लोग पूरा मरीज बनेंगे आप हमको इलाज करो. हमको मरीज नहीं बनना है ये भी हमारा काम है और इलाज में भी दाखिल लेना हमारा काम है. वी नीड टू बी पार्ट ऑफ द ट्रीटमेंट आल्सो. वी नीड टू बी पार्ट ऑफ दैट रिस्पांसिबिलिटी आल्सो. इट इज नॉट अबाउट सिटीजंस हैविंग राइट्स एंड स्टेट हैविंग ड्यूटीज. It is citizens also having and the state also having the rights of extracting duties from people. I know it is not palatable, but that is what reality is. State नहीं होता है. State हम दिए तो state के पास पैसा होता है. कहाँ से state के पास पैसा होता है? Right? Thank you very much. If I don't leave, your neighbor will.
I hope the participants can understand our resource person, sir, has got another in a different department. Sir, thank you so much for your insightful presentation and especially sharing your knowledge with our participants. Sir, we'll always remain grateful for giving your precious time with us. Sir, thank you, sir, so much. We are looking forward to meet you in different sessions and workshops. So thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, thank you so much. Now, since this 7th technical session is over, now over to Dr. Nisan, sir.
Thank you. So, dear participants, now we go for the validatory session. So, I request Dr. Anga Padu, then Dr. Anamika Yadav, Department of Education, for take over this validatory session. Over to you, madam.
So, good afternoon, everyone. We are very happy to inform that we have successfully completed a two-day webinar on NEP 2020, a way forward. So, before we start our valedictory session, I would like to request all our participants that, to maintain the integrity of the program, please kindly keep your video in the hidden mode, as well as even the microphone also in the mute mode. Unless some important thing will come up, then only you can switch on your video as well as unmute your mic. So so before we start our program, I would like to tell all the participants that since yesterday, Professor Arvind Kumar Jha sir and has been with us, and still since today morning also continuously he has kept his support with us. So we are very much humble for that, sir, and even our Professor M.A. Khader, former head curriculum group NCRT, is also continuously kept in connected with our program. So for that also we are very much humble to you, sir. Today among the dignitary we have Professor Ramashankar Dubey as the Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, as the chief guest of our valedictory session. We have Professor Saket Kushwaha, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University. We have Professor Amitabh Mitra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University. Professor Tomo Riba, Registrar, Rajiv Gandhi University. Professor Kesang Degi, Head of the Department, Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor T. Lungdim, one of the senior faculty member of our department, Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University, Narendra Singh sir, and Dr. Anamika Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University. So before I give this time to Professor T. Lungdim to give the welcome speech, let me inform all the participants that since NPE 2020 has been rolled out in the public domain, so many programs have been organized back to back by different universities and colleges. So feeling under the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Saket Kushwaha, we, the Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University, also felt that this is a very important time for us also to come out with a program focusing on NPE 2020 for different people who are engaged in the field of education, as well as even the administration who are responsible to implement this policy to come in one platform and share their idea for the successful implementation of NPE 2020. So to start the program, first of all, I would like to give this time to Professor T. Lungdim to give the welcome address. So please, over to you, sir.
Thank Prof. VC has joined, registered. Have they joined?
Yes, sir. RVC has already joined.
Okay. Good afternoon. I, on behalf of the Department of Education and the organizing committee of this two-day webinar, would like to welcome Professor Rama Shankar Dube, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat. Sir, we warmly welcome in this valedictory session. And also Professor Saket Kushwaha, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, who is the backbone of this organizing this webinar. We really welcome you in the validity function. And I also welcome Professor A. Mitra, Pro Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University. I also extend my hearty welcome to our registrar, Tomo Riva, our external resource persons or experts who are, some of them still join us, like Professor Jha. So we really welcome you, and you are with us in the session until now, and we are really thankful to you for joining us till the last session. And I also extend a hearty welcome to all the participants who patiently and enthusiastically participate throughout the session till now. Once again, in this validity function, I welcome one and all. Thank you so much. Over to Anga.
Thank you so much, sir. So moving ahead, we have presentation of webinar report by Mr. Narendra Singh. So I request Mr. Narendra Singh to kindly
give me
present.
chance, Dr. Angap Adu, give me chance to talk. You are not listening to me.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir. So sorry.
Yeah, first let me have pleasure of welcoming Professor R.S. Dube, sir. He is my elder brother. From many angles, he is my guardian, and he is Honorable Vice Chancellor. For two other universities, he was Vice Chancellor before. Now he is Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat. Sir, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to listen to you live again. And we are eager. Rajiv Gandhi University is eager to listen to you from that perspective. For past 2 days, that means yesterday and today, We were discussing various aspects, but I know that your vision is also from the angle of Mahamana. You are life member and founder member of that particular. Yeah, I think it is a lot of this kind of echo is coming. Narenji, control it, right? Okay, fine. So, sir, you are welcome. Thank you very much. I'm audible? आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं सब लोग?
Yeah, very much audible. Yeah.
Sir, welcome again. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I believe that today you are going to throw the light on different aspects of life with your Vedas, Gyan of Vedas and chemistry together. And sir, life is all about chemistry. So we are eager to hear you, sir. Thank you very much. But before you talk, I think Dr. Anga Padogi is going to introduce you to the arena.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Sir, yeah, we are going to introduce our honorable chief guest of
Dr. Anga, sorry. I think you have some program. Vice Chancellor is also supposed to talk.
Yes, sir.
No problem. Follow your pattern. No problem. My chief guest is very humble.
Okay, sir. Yes.
He's going to give time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead with your plan. I'm sorry that I jumped in.
No, it's okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah. All right, then next is presentation of brief report, webinar report by Mr. Narendra Singh. So I request Narendra sir to take this time. So please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So a warm and graceful afternoon to our most valued guest, Professor Ram Shankar Dubey, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, Professor Saket Kushwaha, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor Amitav Mitra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor Tomo Riva, Registrar, Rajiv Gandhi University, our beloved speakers for this event, Professor N.V. Varghese, Vice Chancellor, NEPA, New Delhi, Professor Ramchandra Senior, Advisor, UIC, NEPA, New Delhi, Professor S.M. Sungur, Department of Education, Nehu, Shillong, Professor Ram Shankar Kurel, former Vice Chancellor, Baba Saheb Ambedkar University of Social Sciences and member NEP 2020, Professor M.A. Khadar, former Head Curriculum Group NCRT, Professor Arvind Jha, Head and Dean Faculty of Education, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow, Dr. Prasanna Kumar, Chairman MG NCRE Hyderabad, Professor Achyoktaba, Dean Faculty of Education, Professor Kesang Degi, Head Department of Education, Coordinator of this webinar, Professor J. Shahu, Professor T. Lungdim, Professor Elizabeth Hangsing, Professor P. K. Acharya, all Deputy Coordinators, University Administrative Functionaries, fellow colleagues, beloved participants, as well as one and all gathered over here. It is my privilege to present a brief report of this two-day national webinar on the very contextual and confronted policy discourse theme, that is National Education Policy, NEP 2020, a way forward. The long cherished and the most awaited dream of National Education Policy, NEP 2020, has become reality and got its cabinet approval on 29th of July 2020 by the Government of India for further course of action. Hence, to bring about awareness on national education policy, NEP 2020, and fundamental features enshrined therein, contextualizing the forthcoming implementing parameters and operational strategy of the policy. This two-day national webinar comprising 7 technical sessions was organized by the Department of Education under the guidance, dynamic and able leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Saket Kushwaha. At the very outset, Professor Kesang Degi, Head Department of Education and moderator for the inaugural session, invited Professor Amitav Mitra, Pro Vice Chancellor, for welcome speech. Professor Amitav Mitra welcomed Professor D.P. Singh, Chairman, University Grant Commission, to grace the occasion as chief guest and deliver inaugural address. Professor Mitra welcomed Professor Saket Kushwaha, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor Tom Riva, Registrar, Rajiv Gandhi University, all distinguished speakers and participants. Professor P.K. Acharya gave a brief of the past national policies like NEP 1968, NP 1986, and revised version PO in 1992, and how National Education Policy NEP 2020 came into being after a gap of 34 years. Prolonged academic debates, discourse and discussion has come into existence. Professor Acharya highlighted the key features of National Education Policy in 2020, explained the scope of national webinar, and expected that the participants will be able to know and acquaint themselves with new thoughts, views, and features, structural changes, regulations, and curriculum with regard to National Education Policy NEP 2020. Professor Saket Kushwaha, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, greeted all participants, speakers, and Professor D.P. Singh, and thanked him for his blessing and mentoring him. Honorable Vice Chancellor emphasized how perusal and minute observation is must for attaining perfection and avoiding pitfalls, citing a story of personal learning experience with Professor D.P. Singh. Speaking on NEP, Professor Kushwaha said that after independence, this policy is going to open the doors to make India a Samriddh and Sampann Bharat. Professor Kushwaha shared with the speakers and participants how Rajiv Gandhi University has taken this pandemic as a challenge and organized 40 webinars without taking much time, and wishing to listen. Our chief guest congratulated and wished the Department of Education for coming forward and organizing national webinar on NEP 2020. Professor Elizabeth Hangsing gave a brief introduction of Professor D.P. Singh, Chairman, University Grant Commission. Professor D.P. Singh greeted all and expressed that it is an honor to deliver inaugural address at this event. Professor D.P. Singh stated that National Education Policy 2020, first national education policy of 21st century, is built on the foundational pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. This policy is an historical step to transform school and higher education in India. UGC and MHRD organized an online conclave inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi on August 7, 2020, bringing members of drafting committee, educationists and scientists, research scholars, educational administrators, and students on one platform on the theme transformational reforms in higher education. The Honorable Prime Minister described the conclave as new beginning for the educated, determined, and all-encompassing developed India. Professor Singh stated that Honorable Prime Minister was of the opinion that national policy would transform our students into global citizens, Viswa Manav, deeply rooted in India's history, heritage, and its composite culture, and pave way for nation building and enable India to fulfill the expectation of the world. Professor D.P. Singh shared the vision, mission, and highlighted some of the salient features of this new National Education Policy 2020 with the participants, and stressed that policy laid emphasis on recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capability of each student by sensitizing teachers as well as parents to promote holistic development of each student in academic and other spheres of life. In his concluding remarks, Professor Singh said that new National Education Policy of India was the outcome of well thought out and insightful debate among all stakeholders, and would be an important step towards making India a strong, prosperous, living, vibrant, self-reliant intellectual society. Professor Tomoriba, Registrar Rajiv Gandhi University, presented his heartfelt thanks to Professor D.P. Singh, Chairman UGC, for accepting the invitation, grace the occasion as chief guest, and deliver inaugural address. Professor Saket Kushwaha, Honorable Vice Chancellor Rajiv Gandhi University, for providing the opportunity to organize webinar on such an important topic that is related with shaping the future of India. All speakers to spare their valuable time for the webinar, and that will be beneficial not only Rajiv Gandhi University faculty and students, but for all who are participating in the event. All coordinators and deputy coordinators to put their effort in organizing the event, members of the organizing team, and all participants to be part of this today national webinar. First technical session was taken by Professor N.V. Varghese, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi, and moderated by Professor E. Hangsing. Professor NV Varghese greeted all and delivered his talk on NEP 2020 implementation and operational strategy. Professor Varghese explained how this policy supports multidisciplinary education and started his talk by comparing the past NEP 1986 with the new National Education Policy 2020 on three dimensions, namely inequality in access to education, degree and job relations, and employability. To bring change, Professor Varghese explained the role of state and private institutions and addressed the issue how by 2035, 50% gross enrollment ratio can be achieved, which is 26% at present. Professor Varghese focused on the issue mentioned in the policy like institutional changes, focus on global standard for quality, regional distribution of colleges, and admission and cost of education. Present condition is that cost is accelerating in the form of salary and other heads, but output is same, he inquired. Second technical session was taken by Professor Ramachandran, Senior Advisor UIC, NEPA, New Delhi, on the theme Transformative Initiative in School Education and was moderated by Dr. C. Sivasankar. Professor Ramachandran stated that thrust of the policy was to create a world-class system of education in India. He raised a question how quality can be raised and replied, both time and money are needed. You can provide or maintain world-class infrastructure within 10 years. But for quality, age matters, referring to prestigious University of the World and IISc Bengaluru. He categorically stated that for quality, excellence in 7 parameters, namely students, academic, faculty, research, governance, internationalization, and staff is required. If we wish to prosper, diversity must be considered as an asset, not the problem. To move forward, look at the global trends and start education early, making ECCE integral part of the education. Because research proves that 85% of the brain develops by the age of the 10. He stated, to clarify 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 structure, he explained that first 5 years have been given for foundational learning, next 3 years for preparatory stage, next 3 years for middle school stage subject, and last 4 years for secondary education. Freedom to sports, physical education, art, and multiple entry and exit is going to be a game changer for our educational system. Third technical session was taken by Professor S.N. Sungo, Department of Education, Nehu, Shillong, on the theme Flexibility Approaches in Higher Education and moderated by Professor T. Lumdim. Professor S.M. Sungo started how new school education system structure 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 is going to be replaced by previous 10 plus 2 plus 3. NEP has provisions for colleges and other higher education institutes, namely SAT like college level test and NTA to conduct common college entrance exam. No affiliation, fee cap, and going global. There shall be 3 types of higher education institutions, namely type 1 focus on research university, type 2 teaching university, and type 3 autonomous degree institutes. New architecture of higher education is setting multidisciplinary institutions and promoting liberal education. The policy see independent, self-governed higher education with capable and ethical leadership as a driver of educational change in various aspects like academic, administration, and finance. Professor Sungo discussed the role to be played by various apex bodies like the National Research Foundation, NRF, National Education Technology Forum, NETF, National Higher Education Regulatory Authority, NHERA, UGC, and Ministry of Education. To clarify flexibility in higher education, Professor Sungo explained 3 cases how 4-year degree shall be provided. Day 2 technical session 4 was taken by Professor Ramshankar Kurils, former Vice Chancellor and member NEP Drafting Committee on the topic NEP 2020, Transforming the Regulatory System of Higher Education, and was moderated by Professor P.K. Acharya. Professor Kuril explained making of the policy involved very wide how it involved very wide consultation with over 10 lakh people, religious bodies of all religions, 6,000 institutions of various districts, 4 lakhs village panchayats, and 24 meetings of the members of the committees were held. This policy is based upon 8 basic principles like establishing vibrant knowledge society, sense of respect for constitutional values, focus on diversity and local content, judicious future for all, community participation, technology integration, developing human capability, critical thinking, and continuous process of reviewing. How primary education is to be established by transforming curriculum and pedagogical structure, flexibility, focus on health, child care, reduction of curriculum, transforming teaching learning process, mental, physical health and well-being were clarified by Professor Kuril. Professor Kuril threw light on various suggestions that have been recommended for higher education in NEP 2020, like establishing more universities, institutes, and clusters of institutions, in identification of research area, multidisciplinary holistic education, teacher education quality equal to Japan, teacher education where teachers and status equal to a judge, establishing improved regulatory system at state level, making the accreditation process more rigorous, good governance, standard setting, and accountability. Fifth technical session was taken by Professor M.A. Khadar, former head curriculum group NCRT on the theme reforms in teacher education and was moderated by Dr. Nishant PM. Professor Khadar presented a critical view on the role of a teacher in nation building and how a teacher is supposed to act as knowledge worker. The role of teacher education institutions in producing human beings, appreciating major changes in teacher education programs, critical analysis on different models of teacher education, rigorous selection process, methodology, and pedagogy. Professor Khadar emphasized how NEP 2020 is going to be corporate policy. On examination system, Professor Khadar explained more examination you conduct, the more quality you ensure, and more teaching you perform, more you excel. Professor Khadar questioned the idea of national testing agency for selection process and presented his view on equality and quality and said that choice and competitions are required for ensuring quality. 4-year integrated program is good to ensure quality teacher education, but depends upon practice of implementing into space. Sixth technical session of the event was taken by Professor Arvind Kumar Jha, Head and Dean, Faculty of Education, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow, on the theme NEP 2020, Institutional Restructuring and Consolidation in Higher Education, and was moderated by Dr. Nishant P. Dr. Sumin Prakash. Professor Jha started the discussion with restructuring and consolidation of different higher education bodies like NAC, GEC, financing of education, and NHEQF, and concluded that for restructuring and consolidation, coherence plans and synergy among all bodies is required. It is right time to have an ETF and stress that online education is going to be a great force in higher education, he said. Professor Jha said that national education policy is good to promote equity, but for that digital divide issue needs to be addressed. He gave the example of the school where only 66% students attended the online classes. Professor Jha was of the view that NEP is a policy, not a law, and it requires political will to be implemented. Professor Jha critically analyzed that we need not to fix the percentage of GDP, but do research on the amount of money that is required to run our educational system, and based upon that, allot the amount of GDP. He raised the question how fragmentation of higher education be ended in India and how to transform higher education institutes into multidisciplinary universities and institutes. Professor Jha emphasized that he would be happy if government succeed in establishing a university like the status of Nalanda University that had in its history of India. He raised the question or identification of university as teaching and research. He said university is university. Is there any research that supports this idea? He supported the role of community participation at all level of education and multidisciplinary higher education to reduce social and mental discriminating hierarchy. Professor Jha, in his concluding remarks, stressed that discrimination among teacher status must end. A teacher is a teacher. It doesn't matter where he is working, in which type of institution he or she is working. Last technical session was taken by Dr. Prasanna Kumar, Chairman MGNCRE Hyderabad, on the theme NEP 2020, Making Education India Centered, and was moderated by Dr. Bowarina Top. Dr. Prasanna stated that from every aspect, National Education Policy 2020 is India-centric. Community participation is must for inclusive growth, and this policy is rooted in and fulfills the objective of equity and equality. Present education system has taken away mother tongue at the initial level of learning and imposed another language that is against the principle of learning. Present education system is degree based, and students after graduating do not like to come back and serve community. Mental makeup is such that dignity of labor is lost. They do not prefer to do agri work, forestry, and dairy work. National Education Policy 2020 promises dignity of labor. Dr. Prasanna stated that if you are bag and book free, then you are with your community. NEP is as per need and requirement of one and all, provides opportunity on serving and experience in the field of for the children. Research-oriented learning and teaching is extraordinary feature of this policy. In nutshell, Dr. Prasanna stated that this is the policy of the independent India that represents Mahatma Gandhi in true sense. All distinguished speakers in 7 technical sessions tried to provide an overview of the policy and its salient features. The feedback from the participants and their enthusiasm proves that we all have gained a lot from this webinar. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Narendra sir, for presenting the report of the 2 days webinar. So this program, since lockdown, our university has organized a number of programs, including our department. But this particular program was very important in the sense that this is for the first time we have come out with a program where a number of eminent educationist or personality, you can say, from across the country has came together to share their idea. So that was a factor which made this program very important, or you can say very vibrant in itself. And for Narendra sir, of course, even he has taken a bit much time, scheduled time, but we know that, to summarize the idea of such a great people is really very difficult job. It's not an easy task, but as expected, Narendra sir has summarized all the great idea put forwarded by the great people in such a brief manner. So thank you so much, sir. And we hope that this kind of zeal will prevail and even in the days to come. So thank you, Narendra sir. Taking a step ahead, now we would like to request Professor Amitabh Mitra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, to take his time. Sir, please, over to you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon and namaskar to all of you. Professor Saket Khushwa, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor R.S. Dubey, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, and today's keynote speaker, Professor Kesang Degi, Head of the Department of Education, and her team members, renowned resource persons, participants, ladies and gentlemen present. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate Department of Education for successful completion of 2-day national webinar on National Education Policy, a way forward. Yesterday in a inaugural function, I welcomed the guest. Today, again, I have been invited to speak a few words. So I'll just take 5 minutes with permission from the chair. One of the many important features of national education policy, one of the important features of national education policy is to emphasize a holistic development of a child. Interestingly, India's ancient system of Gurukul tradition was mainly focused on holistic development of a child through a rigorous process of teaching, learning, and training in all vocations of life for the transformation of a skilled manpower and exist. That education system used to produce quality manpower and contributed to nation building, inculcating values and traditions. In this context, I will go back to the history. I'll go to the writings and observation of Lord Macaulay, who was a British historian and also the educational advisor Lord William Bentinck, who wrote in 1835. Quotation starts, I have traveled across the length and breadth of India. I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who was a thief. Such wealth I have never seen in this country. Such high moral values, people of such caliber that I don't think we would ever conquer this country. Unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. Therefore, I propose that we replace our old and ancient education system and our culture. This clearly indicates that India's rich culture, ethical values, cultural values, and tradition. Unfortunately, that long tradition has been ruined through a systematic process at different points of India's colonial history, Mughal and British. In national education policy, the emphasis on no watertight separation of curricular and extracurricular activities, along with the borderless boundaries among arts, science, vocational, sports, and academic spheres will enable all-round development of the children. This importance of liberal education will ensure mobility of students across the disciplines and flexibility of learning pedagogies. This will lead to the creativity. Another important strength of this national education policy is the welcome recognition of education as a public good rather than as a commodity to be consumed. This policy reaffirms of national commitment of 6% of GDP as a public investment in education. Now it is only 2.7%, which is much less than many developed as well as the many developing countries of the world. So the challenge before the government is to create now atmosphere moving, phasing out the transition stage along with the efficiency and implementation and transformation. Most of this will depend on the participation of government institutions at different levels, center, state, and local. Hope all the renowned resource persons have highlighted the important features of national education policy and make us united to implement the new national education policy successfully in order to make it a world-class educational system in India. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Bharat. Jai Arunachal.
Thank you so much, sir, for supporting us. Whenever we have needed your support, you were always there, standing beside us with your warm support. So thank you so much once again, sir. So taking next step, we have Professor Saket Kushwaha, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, with us. So I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly take this time. So please, sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. Today, I was supposed to be listener only. But since my senior brother is chief guest and speaker of the day, and my very good colleague Professor Jha is there, Prasanna is there, so I decided to join all of you silently. But since you have given me platform, let me tell you, I think there's a need for us to know that no policy can give you the best if your intent and content is not good. When I'm using this word intent and content, yesterday I also told you Samriddh and Sampanna Bharat. I mean, these few words one has to remember. That means the holistic approach of telling all of you, all stakeholder and maybe politician or people in the leadership. There's a need for us to make few things very clear. And let me quote the saying of my one of the teacher, late Professor SBL Gupta. He was my director of the institute as well as my PhD supervisor in BHU. Professor R.S. Dubey sir is aware of him. So he used to tell me, I mean, very frequently, and you know, he was very dashing director. He brought a lot of changes and he was not afraid of anybody while he intends to do any change. So this is one of the important things. If you want to bring change in the society, you have to be very firm. And when you have very firm attitude towards something, then only change will come. 2 steps forward and 5 steps backward is not going to take you anywhere. So he used to tell me that all the intent of a policy is always very good. But when the content is modified, that means when you start explaining things differently. For example, any policy in RGU must yield the same result for me, for Professor Mitra, for Professor Tamoriba, for Professor Kesandengi. But when it starts yielding different result to different people by seeing your face, your caste, tribe, or whatever, then only problem used to come. So Professor Gupta used to tell me that all policy, they have a good intent, but when you modify the content suits to your taste, then it is going to yield very bad result. And the same thing is happening in a lot of policies. What happened? Be it midday meal. Midday meal was is an emergent policy. Basically, this policy was supposed to be meant for or Narega kind of thing, for a very difficult kind of situation. But we adopted these policies in India. What was the focus? Narega was specifically used, that kind of policy is used in those countries where you have earthquake, pandemic issues, or maybe total disaster, where people have no means. Then government is going to give, like if government of any country where you have this kind of devastation, they will request people that, okay, you build your own house and we are going to give you money for your wage also. That was a special thrust, but we used in India in different format. Likewise, midday meal. Midday meal was, is a policy for those kids who are deprived. Their parents feel that livelihood is all about doing labor and earning some food and eating. So if they are being called in the school, at least their stomach, their tummy is full. Once hunger is satisfied, then they have rational thinking. Okay, you may think of to be a student of a class. So you see, no matter how intent of a policy is good, but then content while delivering it to the people, to ultimate user, it is going to make a difference. So I believe that with these words, we are going to be very straight in our intent and content, and we are going to talk about Samriddh and Sampanna Bharat. Samarth Bharat, Sampanna Samarth Bharat means something to me and to all of you. Once we have peace in mind, then there's a need, then you can think rationally. Hungry and angry mind cannot be a rational thinker. You have to think in both ways. So with these words, I once again welcome to the chief guest of this today's program, Professor Rama Shankar Dubeji, for his speech. I think somebody is going to give his bio on the platform. So I request anyone who is authorized to do the bio to recite the bio of Professor Dubey sir. Please go ahead with the program. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Arunachal Pradesh.
Thank you so much, sir, for enabling us to look at NPE 2020 to another dimension, or you can say the another aspect of NPE 2020. So it's always very, pleasant to hear you and very informative also. So thank you so much, sir. So before we invite our chief guest to take his time, I would like to request Dr. Anamika Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University, to kindly introduce our chief guest of valedictory session to our participant as well as our dignitaries. So please, Anamika.
Thank you, Anga ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. So, as we know, our today's chief guest is Professor R.S. Dubey sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat. He needs no word because he is already a known, a very weighted person, but because formally I have to do this one to read his bio, so I am here with you. He has done MSc in Biochemistry from Banaras Hindu University in 1976 and has obtained there a gold medal. He has done PhD in Biochemistry in 1980 from the same university, and his research specialization is biochemistry with major emphasis on stress metabolism in crop plants, bacterial intertoxins, and enzyme technology. Sir has till now supervised 31 PhDs and has conducted 7 major research projects. He has published more than 160 research articles and papers in various national and international journals, including 22 chapters in books, with over 13,000 citations. If we talk about his administrative experiences, then besides this present Central University of Gujarat, he has also served as Vice Chancellor of 3 universities. One is TM Bhagalpur University, Bihar from 2014 to 17. Then Guru Ghasidas University, Bilaspur from 2008 to 2009. And Vice Chancellor in additional charge of BN Mandal University, Bihar in 2014. Presently, Sir is serving as member Board of Governors of IISER Mohali, MHRD's Council's nominee for Selection Committee at IISSER Kolkata, Visitors nominee for Selection Committees at IIT Madras and IIT Guwahati, and member Governing Council of Inter-University Center for Teacher Education. Besides this, Sir has also served as head of the Department of Biochemistry at BHU for more than 9 years. And he was the member of First Academic Council of Central University of Rajasthan for 3 years, and member First Council, Academic Council, Central University of Himachal Pradesh for 3 years, member of Board, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong for 3 years. Besides this, Sir has also the recipient of many awards and honors. He has obtained, as I have told you, that BHU medal for securing first rank in MSc Biochemistry. He has also obtained Young Scientist Award by Indian Science Congress Association in 1982. Sir has got Swedish Institute Fellowship in 1989, University of Gothenburg, Sweden. He has got INSA, the German Academy of Science Exchange Program nomination in Germany from 2003 and 2007. Then in Japan, he has got Japan Society for Promotion of Science Fellowship and worked at Kyushu University, Japan during 98 to 99. Sir from elsewhere, Sir has awarded as top 10 most cited author for duration 2003 to 2008. Sir has also got Excellence Award of Indian Society of Agriculture Biochemists in 2010. And presently, Sir is the Fellow of the Academic Societies, Indian Society of Agriculture Biochemists, Biotech Research Society of India, and Bio Research Society of India. He is also the editorial board member of the Journal of Agronomy and Crop Science, Germany, and Indian Journal of Agriculture Biochemistry. With this brief introduction, I would like to hand over this session to the sir. Sir, please, for address.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor Saket Kushwaha ji, Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Mitra ji, Dean Faculty of Education, Head of Education, all fellow teachers of Rajiv Gandhi University, all participants, and all the viewers. I feel it a great honor and privilege for me to be here today amongst you. And as I could hear for the last 2 days, this webinar or National Education Policy has been very useful for all the participants. So I extend a heartfelt congratulations to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Saket Kushwaha, and all his team members who are associated in planning this webinar. Now, a lot of deliberations have been done related to the National Education Policy 2020. And in true sense, this national education policy, in true sense, it is national. On many counts, it is national. The first of all, it is national in the sense that during consultation, while formulation of national education policy, attempts have been made to go up to the grassroots level in India. During its consultation process, you might be knowing that when it was left in public domain for consultation purpose, then it was consulted with 2.5 lakhs gram panchayats, and more than 6,600 blocks were consulted. More than 6,000 urban bodies were consulted, and total 676 districts. So such a huge consultation exercise was carried out. I think never before in the history of the independent India, so much consultation was being done for formulation of this national education policy or for formulation of any policy whatsoever in the past. Never such consultation has been done. So in truly democratic sense, this national education policy reflects the essence of Indian nation. And it has reflected the essence of Indian nation. It was pointed out by your Pro-Vice Chancellor also. If you look into the history of India, the ancient India was a glorious knowledge society, because India was the Vishwaguru. It was Vishwaguru. Why it was Vishwaguru? Because the very fabric of institutions, especially educational institutions, were so strong that students from many parts of the world, they used to converge in India, because we had the great institutions of higher learning like Takshila, Nalanda, Vikramshila. These institutions were in India. And in these institutions, education was being provided in Sanskrit or Indian languages. And there were treasures of knowledge. Many of our knowledge scriptures, many of our granths, they were either in Sanskrit or in Indian languages. If we go, I mean, just earlier to that, as your Honorable Vice Chancellor was pointing out, that India has the oldest scriptures of knowledge in terms of Vedas. When we talk about the Rig Veda, Sam Veda, Yajur Veda, Atharva Veda. And not only we are telling it, all the scholars from across the world, they have been telling that India has been the country where knowledge first originated in form of such scriptures. That many famous philosophers, they have mentioned that the ancient Ever knowledge has been produced anywhere in the world that has been from India, and the Rig Veda is at least 4,000 years old. I mean, they are telling, British philosophers, German philosophers are telling. So that ancient scriptures of knowledge, they were in India in terms of Veda. And after that, we had a galaxy of rishis, saints, who wrote many types of scriptures in science, literature, arts, and in different spheres. So for example, in the Takshila University was Acharya Chanakya, like Guru, that he was a great economist, a great politician, a great leader, a great philosopher. And in Takshila University, which was established around 600 BC, there were various types of teaching ranging from the arts, literature, astronomy, medical science, etc. And similar with Nalanda and Vikramshila also. And we had various types of teachers also, dedicated teachers of that type. We had Maharshi Kanad in 500 BC. We have Acharya Sushrut, 500 BC. We have Maharshi Bhardwaj, 500 BC. And after AD, in AD, we can see we had Nagarjuna, the great chemist, in 200 AD. We had Aryabhat in 500 AD, the Aryabhat, the Persian, who for the first time he could show that Earth rotates around its axis and it rotates around the sun. It was the Aryabhat first time he saw. And it was Aryabhat who first time calculated the value of pi up to 4 decimal places. So similarly, there was Brahmihir. He first, Brahmihir, first of all, he showed that in the stars and the moon, that the shining is not their own, but it is due to the sun. So what I mean to say that India has a great tradition of great philosopher, great scientists, great artists, and due to whose knowledge, it was their knowledge, due to which the whole world was enlightened. So that's why India was the Vishwaguru. And the teachings were being done in the Indian languages, in native language. So as it was nicely pointed out that it was in 1835 that Lord Macaulay, when he visited India from east to west, north to south, and he was responsible for, destroying the fabric, the structure which the Indian education was there at that time. And he introduced the foreign language, the English and other, they made it a part of education, even right from the primary education to the onwards. And that led to disintegration of our own system of Gurukul, our own system of education. Because what was in Nalanda, Takshila and Bikramshila, there was a sort of transformed Gurukul at a higher level. But till 18th century, in India, each village has Gurukul. So in total, in the 18th century, we had 7,32,000 of Gurukuls, total Gurukuls in India. And in Gurukul, all sorts of trainings, all sorts of teaching were given, because the Indian view of education relies not only on, not only which we call as a Bodhik Vikas, knowledge empowerment. It is not only knowledge empowerment, but it is the complete transformation of body, mind, and soul. And transformation in such a way that a child or an individual that remains attached to the motherland, remains attached to the nation, and he inculcates the values of Indian culture and tradition. So that type of education was needed. So this national education policy, which has been rolled out by the government of India after 185 years, we can tell, in the sense that Lord Macaulay, he destroyed the basic fabric of our education. Now, the first time in the history, it has been taken the lead by the government of India in establishing the same fabric of education, the same system of education, which was earlier to 1835, which our own country, own Indian nation had earlier. So, and the great Indian leaders, many Indian leaders, philosophers like Mahamana Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya ji, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Swami Arvind, Maharshi Vivekanand, they all advocated that when we talk about the Indian education should have, the individual should inculcate Indian culture, ethos, and values. And in this education, for the first time, it has been proposed that when a child of 3 years of age, from that age only, he will be taken to the schools, and schools, his training will be in such a way, he will be mentored in such a way that he inculcates values of our Indian culture and civilization. And the most important and good part of this education system policy is that up to class 5, a child will be educated in his own mother language or national language or regional language. So it is very pertinent to note that whenever we think about anything, we go for any fundamental thinking, any natural thinking, that natural thinking initiates in our own language, in our own mother tongue. So the same mother tongue the child is using in his school, the same mother tongue he is using in his house, everywhere. So he will definitely naturalize all the knowledge being imparted to him in the school. So that is the fundamental part of this policy, fundamental aspect, that a student from the very beginning, from the 3 years of age, he will inculcate all these moral values, Indian values, in the type of education which is being provided to him. So he will always remain attached to the soil of the Indian nation, towards his motherland. He will be always faithful towards his motherland, towards his mother language, towards his Indian nation. So this is very important, that unless we have the firm root we cannot construct a huge building. So the root is very important, the base is very important, the foundation is very important. So that is the in 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 system, the foundation stage, 5 years of early stage, that is very important because the brain of a child starts developing after 3 years of age. So after 3 years of age, when a child's brain is just like a blank paper, that any color you paint, it will paint it throughout their life. So likewise, there's a very important aspect of this national education policy that from the very beginning, child is being molded in such a way that at the one side, he inculcates Indian cultural ethos and values, and at the same time, his brain becomes inquisitive to know about the things. Because as our Honorable Prime Minister was talking that day, that child from the very beginning, he will learn how to think. That is very important, that curiosity in a child increases. And from class 6 onwards, there is provision for skill education, there is provision for environmental education, education for ethics and others. So this is skill education and vocationalization of education that will start from class 6 only. So what will happen that in which area the child has to pursue studies further, that can be decided very well at a school level itself. And there won't be rigid compartments, as now we can say that biology student cannot study music, biology student cannot go for history. Now there will be multiplicity of disciplines and there will be cross match of disciplines. That quite flexibility, the system will look like quite flexible, that even at degree level also, there will be choice-based credit system and flexibility will be such that major subject one can choose in his own discipline, whereas minor subject can choose in any other discipline. So that will lead to a holistic development of the personality, which is very important. Because these days what happens that a person who is expertise in chemistry may not be knowing so much about the history. So now this national education policy with so much of flexibility in its courses, it will pave the way for holistic development of the personality. So that is very important, that holistic development will take place. Vocationalization of education will take place. So when vocationalization of education will take place, when skilled individuals will be produced, then we know that India is such a country that that the youth is such a population that we can talk about the demographic dividend, that one can take youth as a resources who can be utilized for the growth of the country. So they can go for industry, they can go for various types of work, and those who are really academicians, they want to pursue research further. For those also, as in the degree system, it has been mentioned that 4 years degree course. After first year also, one wants to discontinue his education with certificate, he can discontinue. After 2 years a diploma and 3rd year's degree, and the 4th year will be dedicated for the research. And the person who is really dedicated for research wants to pursue further study in research, then in master's level, more and more research is there at a master's level, and there comes the role of National Research Foundation. There is National Research Foundation, which has been postulated in this national education policy, that will be one body which will monitor as well as mentor research activities in this country. So when there will be one body to mentor the research activities in the country, it will have various types of advantages. We will cut down duplicacy of the research, and wherever there will be excellent pockets of research, those pockets can be funded substantially so that one can get good research quality publications. Because whenever we talk about the teaching, we must remember the good quality research is also very important. That if we talk about any country, then that a country is developed or country is underdeveloped, the first indicator comes to our mind is the status of science and technology and the quality of research in science and technology. Because quality of research is very important for the growth of an institution and for the growth of the nation. So this national education policy in many ways one can tell that it has touched the soul of the Indian nation, and it is reflecting the true sense, true soul, the true art of India. So the students who will be produced as a result of this national education policy from the education institutions, definitely they will be leaders in the various fields, when you call science and technology, and when various other fields also, researchers and others. Now, in this national education policy, three type of university educational institutions have been proposed. As you all know, the research institutions, primarily in those institutions, prime focus will be the research. The other will be the teaching universities, that focus will be on teaching and research both. And the third category will be that degree institutions, which will gain autonomy depending on their performance in the graded way, because they are advocating about the graded economy. And there will be a national testing agency for conducting tests throughout the country, and academic credit bank. We already know that a student can migrate from one institution to other institution. And overall, the important feature is that with public participation, with public funding, that the total spending on the education system has been proposed to 6%, what was proposed earlier in 1964 by Kothari Commission, that for any developed nation, it is very important that on research, one should spend 6% of the GDP. So this has been promised in this one, in national education policy, then that they will have a spending of 6%. So overall, if we see that this national education policy, it envisages to produce the highly skilled individuals, all-round developed individuals, holistically developed individuals who will empower themselves with the knowledge, who will empower themselves with the character, with the ethos, Indian ethos, and in that way they will help in developing the the Indian country, Indian nation, so that India can become a Samarth Bharat, India can become a Sasakt Bharat, and India can become a Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat, why? Because the indigenously trained and educated, the individuals will definitely take our nation forward. So it is very essential that what India was, Vishwaguru at one time, for many centuries, India was Vishwaguru, and during the last 200-300 years, due to distortion of our educational system, the situation has become like this. But again, this national education policy promises that by 2035, we will achieve 50% gross enrollment ratio in higher education. By the year 2030, we will achieve 100% gross enrollment ratio in school education. So there is a need for such debates on all different platforms in all educational institutions, so that the philosophy which government has set up, it percolates up to the grassroots level, and it is to the persons who are going to implement it, the responsibility is ours also. There will be various types of hurdles may come in the way of our implementation, but we have to collectively work together. For example, the first important challenge will be at the level of school education to translate all the books in our regional languages, in our national languages, Hindi languages, other different languages, that we will have to do. Another challenge will come that we are having many of our texts related to science and technology and others in English languages. Those will have to be translated in our own languages, or our fundamental writings have to be done in our own regional languages or national languages. So for that purpose, we have to create task force, we have to create work groups, and various nodal institutions will have to be identified. But we are very much sure that this national education policy which has come up, it is really a boon for the Indian nation, and if it is implemented in a true sense and spirit, and definitely it will be implemented, so our nation will move forward, and again our nation will become Vishwaguru in the world. So with these few words, I am very much thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Kushwaha and all your team members for inviting me in this webinar. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I believe that even all the participant and the viewer, I'm telling here viewer also, because the same program is being streaming in on streaming on live on our YouTube channel also. So that's why all the participant and viewer, I hope that they have benefited by your by your sharing, because you have enabled us to see historically how important this NPE 2020 is. And let me tell you, sir, that we have different kind of different category of participant and viewer, not only who are not only belong to education department or from history department, even from the other discipline also. So to read from the book and to hear from a great person who had experience for such a long time, not only in the field of administration, but even in the field of teaching also. So it's a great honor for us. So in that way, I know that impact is more higher on the viewer as well as on the participants. So thank you so much, sir, for enabling us to see again another side of this policy, NPE 2020, that how important it is if we consider the historical importance of India as a Vishwa Guru. Because when we read the history, we also, we come to know that India is one of the country where we can proclaim, or when we can pronounce that we have the honor to have the oldest scripture in this world in the form of 4 Vedas. So thank you so much, sir. And we hope that in case in the days to come also, if we need your help, I hope that you are going to help us. So thank you so much, sir. So taking the last step, finally, we have come to the end of this program. So I request Professor Kesang Degi, Head of the Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University, to propose the vote of thanks. So ma'am, please, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Anga Padu. Good afternoon, everyone. Chief guest of today's valedictory program, Professor R.S. Dubey, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, Professor Saket Khushwoha, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor Amitabh Mitra, the Pro Vice Chancellor of the University, Dean Faculty of Education, Professor Rajok Tava, our distinguished speaker, Professor Arvind Kumar Jha is here with us, learned faculty members, participants from across the country, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor for me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest of today's valedictory program, Professor R.S. Dubey, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat. Thank you so very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time and sharing your words of wisdom. And we would also like to thank sir for responding to our phone calls. The visionary and very dynamic Vice Chancellor, Professor Saket Khushwoha. He is the force behind organizing this webinar. Thank you, sir, for managing and taking care of everything and ensuring the program that it goes well. I would also like to thank our Vice Chancellor for making the university proud and making our state proud. I will not be able to say this if I meet you, so I'm using this platform to thank our Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much, sir. I'm especially thankful to Professor D.P. Singh, Honorable Chairman, UGC, for inaugurating the webinar as a chief guest in the inaugural program. I'm grateful to our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Amitabh Mitra and Professor Tomo Riba for guiding us, supporting us whenever we organize any program in our department or in the university. I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers, Professor N.V. Varghese, Honorable Vice Chancellor, NEPA, Professor R.S. Kurel, Member NEP 2020, and former Vice Chancellor, Baba Saheb Ambedkar University of Social Sciences, Madhya Pradesh, Professor Ramachandran, Senior Advisor, NEPA, Professor Khader, former Head Curriculum Development Group, NCERT New Delhi, Professor Arvind Kumar Jha, Head and Dean Faculty of Education, B.R. Ambedkar University, Lucknow, who is here with us today, Professor S.M. Sumo, Senior Faculty Member, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, and Dr. Prasanna Kumar, Chairman, Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Education. Thank you so very much for accepting our invitation, and the response we have received from all our distinguished speakers were really admirable. All the sessions were very educative and enlightening. Thank you so much. I'm sure in future also we'll receive the same response and cooperation from you. Thank you once again. I'm thankful to all the senior faculty members of the department and the coordinators for the program, Professor Rajiv Taba, Dean Faculty of Education, Professor Jaidev Sahu, Professor Elizabeth Hangsing, Professor T. Lungdim, Professor P.K. Acharya, Dr. Bua Rinato, for their timely suggestion, cooperation, and support. Coordinators, deputy coordinators of the program, Dr. C. Shivashankar, Dr. Sumin Prakash, Dr. Nishad PM, Dr. Angapad, Mr. Narendra Singh, Anamika, and all other faculty members of the department. They have really worked hard to make this. I would also like to acknowledge the support we have received from Professor Sanjeev Kumar, Head Department of Physics, the technical team, Mr. Tsiring Megaji, Joint Director, Mr. Sonung Sonam, System Analyst, Mr. Gyan Rai, Technical Assistant, Vijay Sonar, Technical Assistant. For media coverage, I would like to thank Ms. Moir Riba, Public Relation Officer of the University, Doordarshan Kendra Itanagar, and AR News Live Itanagar. I'll be fair in my duty if I don't acknowledge our participants. Thank you so much to all our participants for your interest to attend this webinar. I'm sure you have learned many things from our esteemed resource persons. I hope I have not missed anyone. If I missed anyone, I'm so sorry. Once again, I would like to thank each and everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So before we conclude, wind up our program, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor Saket Kushwaha, to give us your permission to end the program. Sir, please.
Thank you. I think we can thank everyone, one and all. Thank you very much, and Shubh Ratri. Namaste, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Arunachal Pradesh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Photo session.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you,
sir.
All the participants also, you can put on your video.
Yeah, dear participants, please, I request you all to kindly switch on your video so that we can have a picture together. So please, before we end the program. Then,
Thank you. बोलो अंगा एक बार participants लोग. I'll say thank you to Jasa. Sit here.
dear participants, please remain with us for a short while till we complete to take all your pictures.
Thank you, Jasser.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Divisa. Thank you so much.
Namaste, namaste. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Kesang Deji.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care. Take care.
Okay,
Congratulations to everyone.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Kesang. Hi.
Congratulations.
Dr. Bhuti, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Kesang, sir, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you for the successful program.
Shankar sir, Sumin sir, thank you.
All
participants.
Om Santi.
Om
Hello, sir. Om Santi.
Om Santi. Om Santi.
Photos.
Om Santi to all.
ഫോട്ടോസ് എടുക്കും ഒരു വീഡിയോ ഓൺ ചെയ്ത് കൊടുത്താൽ മതി.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May